네, 안녕하세요. 좋은 아침입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for participating in today's event.
국제 명상 엑스포
This is the third day of the Seoul International Meditation Expo 2023, and I am the dean of the Hansas College. So today's event is comprised of the meditation industry and meditation talk. This event is provided online and you can participate at the Seoul International Meditation Expo's YouTube channel. Before we begin, I would like to give you a notice. You can use interpretation service. The English is channel 2 and Korean is channel 1. So today's theme, which is meditation and industry, it will go over the status of technological development in meditation industry and at the same time propose future vision of meditation, meditation and psychology, meditation and technology sector related academics from home and abroad have prepared lectures to discuss academic research results that cover meditation and technology in Korea and overseas. We expect it to be a venue to discuss research path going forward and the roles and value of K meditation.
마음 챙김 모바일
Now let me introduce the first lecturer,
무진 어소시에이츠 대표
CEO of Mujin Associates CO, How to Meditation app,
시작하도록 하겠습니다.
Mr. Byung-jeon Kim. Please give him a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 소개받은 김병준.
Good morning, I am Kim Byung-jeon.
여러분들과 같이 나눌 주제는 명상.
Today I'm going to talk about meditation and AI, the integration of analog and digital. Meditation can be analog and AI seems like a very advanced technology. Before we start the lecture, we are going to watch a short video.
Deep breath and allow yourself to relax into this moment. Focus on your breathing and let go of any thoughts or worries that may be on your mind. Imagine yourself standing in front of a calm and serene lake. The water is perfectly still and reflects the sky above. This is your moment of peace. Think about the challenges that come with building AI products. They may bring you stress and tension, but allow yourself to release these feelings and let them float away like leaves on the water.
네, 영어 자막이 나오긴
You had the English subtitles. So what was the video about? When I was preparing this lecture, I was thinking about, I did some research on how much people practice meditation that was developed based on AI. Last year when I searched, there was not much information, but these days I could find much more information on the internet.
처음 시작할 때 Dear Ramsey라는 얘기.
First, at the beginning of the video, Dear Ramsey was narrated. This content and was personalized for Ramsey, who was 32 years old, and he wanted to have a short meditation program app, and the script was provided by this ChatGPT, and the script was transmitted into audio files, and also Dream Studio also participated in creating and the videos. In the video, you could see the very clear lake and the skies reflected in the lake. So AI produced these images based on the script, and they added the subtitle at last. So this is a very personalized AI meditation. So the process was very divided into very specialized field. If I say that I'm Kim Byung-jeon, I'm under a great pressure because of heavy workload. Can you make a meditation program for me? Then then in the future we can have a very personalized meditation programs like that. And also, you can look into meditation as seen on the cover of Time magazine. So meditation was suggested as a way of problem solving, and in the 1970s and at the beginning of 2000, meditation was seen as a science. As people started to investigate and explore the meditation from the scientific perspective. And in 2014, meditation was suggested as mind revolutionary method. And recently, in 2020, mindfulness and well-being became the most hottest issue. So what I wonder is after 2023, what kind of cover can you see? I imagine that the cover must be associated with AI. That's my imagination. Then let's look into how meditation got into our meditation. Let's watch a video. This is a very short video. Let's watch together.
Becoming present. He's in that calm now that the advertisers. Is there a 1 minute to go in a 3-point game? Meditation that you can do?
혹시 사진에 화면에 보이는 이 누군지
Do you recognize this person?
조던 못지않게 유명한
He's very famous basketball player, LeBron James. He's as famous as Jordan. If you look at the score, there's only 3-point difference. So he's sitting on the bench.
보통 1분 남아 있고 3점 차면 작전 타임을
They have timeout,
실력 있는
and he is the most important player. And he's sitting down and watching his breath. At this crucial moment, he's practicing meditation. Why is he doing it? Because he considers it is helpful. We usually think that meditation needs quiet place, but in fact, meditation can be practiced in very dynamic places. Another thing is that recently Tesla revealed this video.
과거 로봇이 그죠? 움직임
In the past,
움직임을 하기 힘들었죠.
robots cannot move like humans. They could walk and jump, but cannot really move like humans. But now this robot is performing yoga. So when I watched this video,
오디오나 어느 정도 비디오 정도까지는 생각했다가
I usually connected the AI with the audio and the video. But when I first contact with this robot, maybe AI can help us to meditate.
몸을 입히고 그죠? 나레이션을 하고
If we can, decorate the robot with real human, skins and program it to teach meditation, then we can really get great help from it.
영상과 어떻게 만나는
So now I'm going to talk about the encounter of digital meditation, the history of the encounter. The internet, the World Wide Web was started to reveal to the public from the 1970s. And the smartphone started to be distributed among the public from 2007. And there was a very historic match with a human and an AI. And then 2021, ChatGPT was revealed.
자 그럼 이쪽에는 기술이고요.
This was technology, and now I'm going to discuss the evolution of meditation. These, the first is MBSR, mindfulness-based stress reduction, and MBCT, mindfulness-based cognitive therapy, and ACT, acceptance and commitment therapy, and at the end, HST is heart smiling training. And then at the last, you can see Mindfulness Nation UK, effort to report an initiative focused on promoting mindfulness and its application in the United Kingdom. So they the history or talk about how we can use meditation in education and also governance.
구글이 2012년도에 도입됐고 마이크로소프트와 삼성전자는
Microsoft also used meditation for employers.
앱은 한번 출시되면 세계적으로
When it comes to app, it can be used worldwide. And so in 2010, the Headspace was released. 2022, 2012, Calm was released, the number one meditation app.
명상과 연결이 일부입니다. 그리고 저희 회사에서
And then
하루 명상
the daily meditation
실제로 글로벌 기업
created by our company was released in 2018.
근데 여기서 중요한 것은
The most important thing here is that
스마트폰과
internet, smartphone,
디지털하고 일부는 연결이 돼 있었지만 실제 디지털의 생활 속에 깊숙이 침투하게 된 결정적인 계기는
the most important trigger that triggered the meditation app was the COVID-19 outbreak. As many people practice Zoom and visual devices, then meditation app rapidly spread throughout the world. So today's my topic is the encounter of meditation and AI. So in this sense, I talked about all of this.
디지털이라는 것이 명상과는 조금 거리가 있었고 많은 사람들이
This was a bit far away from meditation, and many people wondered if it's going to be effective to meditate with app. But during the COVID-19 pandemic, people started participating and they started using these apps, and now we can see the connection between digital and meditation, and especially the apps that were mostly used during the outbreak of pandemic,
과학화되면서 축적된 데이터가
and also the data accumulated from those users.
저희가 생각하는 것보다는 가까이 현재 와 있다.
So we are approaching much nearer to our dream goal than we expected.
저희 가까이 와 있고 어떤 방향으로 갈 것인가
So
한번 살펴볼 필요가 있습니다.
where we are and what's the future direction, I'm going to discuss about this from now. I said this title of this slide, the Meditation Science Roadmap.
나온 내용을 제가 요약한
So I quoted this.
리치 데이비슨이라는 분과 데니얼 골만이라는 분이 공조로 출시된 책이죠.
So I'm going to quote something from a book written by Jin Dansko. They actually divided the development of meditation into 5 stages. So if you follow the stages, so we can realize how detail is connected to the world and how it's going to evolve. The first level,
것처럼 깊이 명상의 깊이가 굉장히 높은 수준입니다.
the depth of the meditation is very high, and the width,
접촉하는 사람의 수라고 봐도 무방할 것 같아요. 그건 좀 좁은
the breadth is not very great.
동남아,
So
티베트나 동북아, 저 국내를 포함해서
it's the practice,
동북아 전통의
intact practice of spirituality from the traditions of India, Southeast Asia, Tibet, and Northeast Asia. And there were many masters at that stage: Dalai Lama, Goenka, Mashi Sayadaw, Thich Nhat Hanh, and the Venerable Songtsen Sunim, Master Suzuki Sunru, Ajahn Chah, Ajahn Buddhadasa. From the Western perspective, they are very famous in their countries. These are the leaders in the first phase of the meditation, and the second level is less deep compared to the level 1.
서구인들에 맞게 변형을 해서 각색된
So this is meditation that is adapted to Western language, cultures, and emotions. The masters and Dharma teachers, meditation teachers at this level is Jack Confield, Joseph Goldstein, Ray Rosenberg, John Halifax, and Sharon Schwarzberg.
과학자이자
John Halifax is a scientist and is developing many meditation programs.
근데 이분들은 1세대 분들의 영향을 받은
They are affected by the first level masters, and, and they wanted to spread Buddha teaching, Dharma. They wanted to spread Dharma.
3수준의 경우에는
In the case of the level 3, we can see the width got wider, but the depth got shallower.
과학화됨에도 보호한 그런
This meditation form is psychotherapy based on scientific evidence such as MBSR, MBCT, and MSC. So you have this famous scientist, John Kabat-Zinn and Christopher Gummer. And the MBCT is based on MBSR, and the MSC is based on compassion. And the last one is heart smiling training. His Venerable Masan Sunim is my teacher. And this training was developed in the early 2000s, and from the beginning, they targeted global market. So, and the Harvard Medical School is now testing it, and we are expecting the results. So these are very secular and science-based programs for elderly people. So this is the level 3. The fourth level, you can see the width it got wider, and in terms of depth, it got shallower. So this is meditation forms. They use meditation apps or corporate meditation education that are accessible for many people, but rigorous scientific variation. So global companies are using meditation in their management, and there's no repercussions. So when companies use this kind of spirituality, there should be less religious element. And now many companies are hiring this meditation education that proves that meditation itself got less religious. The Calm app, the #1 meditation app, has been downloaded over 100 million times. Every day, more than 10,000 people download the app. In the case of Headspace, is provided more than 190 countries. Our daily meditation app doesn't have English version, but it is provided to many countries. But we are targeting for now the domestic market mainly. The meditation app market is growing, and it is connected to various technology, and it becomes accessible to global citizens. And now we are looking at level 5. You can see that the width in terms of width, it got wider, but the depth also shows the possibility that the level of depth can be higher. So it is incomplete yet, but has it innovated and transformed through the results of scientific research. So the level 5 meditation can provide very stable meditation to people. In fact, in the case of the 5th level, there are not many service providers. And actually, the video I've showed you at the beginning, it was from an individual YouTube channel. Was not publicly produced. I'm going to look into these 3 companies, and New York Times recommended to look into these 3 apps.
앱을 추천한 3개를 추천했어요. 뉴욕타임즈에서. 근데 헬스 마인드 프로그램은 아직 아직 한국에서는 다운로드가 안 됩니다.
We cannot download the HashMind program here in Korea, and the Calm is number 1, meditation app, and Headspace is number 2, and the number 3 is the HashMind program. And this is the third one is the free disputed. The first 2 apps are free. And the HashMind program is most actively disputed these days. On the screen, these pictures were all shot at the same time. You can see some similarities, but they are all different. Why is it different? Because the content are highly personalized. So the contents are AI recommendation because you use your own cell phones, but you have no idea. But we have different content for each. Calm provide different content for different people.
어떤 프로세스 통해서 어떤 콘텐츠를 사용하는지 기록이 다 잡히고 그게
So
아마존 웹 서비스
Calm also records all the records and history of a user,
쓸 때 그 축적된 데이터에 근거해서
and based on the accumulated data, Calm recommend the personalized content.
근데 머신러닝을 썼을 때 얼마나 효과가 있었을까? 이게 조금 시간이 지난 데이터긴 하지만
So this data is old-fashioned, but I'm gonna refer it a little bit. Comparison of 24-hour content completion probability was more than 1%.
AI 기반의
So
머신
anyway, machine learning-based recommendation was more effective than the other recommendation. So this is Headspace learning machine.
알고리즘을 쓰고 있어요.
This is the algorithm called Light FM algorithm is used in Headspace.
머신러닝 기반으로 추천했을 때의 퍼포먼스
This is performance when you run machine learning based recommendation.
라이트 FM이라는 머신러닝 장착
So Light FM is more effective, we can see here.
탐과 헤드스페이스 쓰고 계시다면
If you use Calm or Headspace apps, that means
축적이 되어서
your data will be accumulated and come back as reflect and will affect your further content. So Calm
근데 가장 많은 시장 점유율을 가지고 있는
Headspace
인사이트 타임
Insight Timer is actually occupying the most
웹으로 출시돼요.
time spent on meditation app.
AI에 가장 필요한 건 뭐죠?
What is the most necessary for AI? The personal data.
투자 데이터를 모으는 측면에서 말하면
So user Insight Timer is in the advantageous position in terms of personal data because people use it the most time. We provided free heart meditation services, but we changed into to charge.
의도 유료를 이렇게 고객들한테
If you charge people, the users,
양념처럼 불편한 것들이 많아서
then we felt uncomfortable a little bit. Then we transferred it to free version again. We haven't we haven't topped AI algorithms yet, but we will do it by next year. You know, do you see the picture? The second picture, you know, when each users have different a different interface, and how to meditation is provides logic-based recommendation based on survey. We are going to improve on this too. As I explained before, as meditation gets digitalized, AI will be connected. The most important thing here in this process is data. But the bad thing is that we don't have much data accumulated domestically. especially in app side. So we rely on global apps for data. In case of a car, we can use it in Korean. Many Koreans use the app and there are many advertisements. So all the data go to this global company and
어린아이들조차도 국내 앱이 아닌
that can result in domestic companies cannot grow anymore.
짧게 이제 AI와 명상, 그다음에 디지털과 안정에 대해서 말씀드렸는데
Yeah, I've been talking about the AI and meditation, and as I conclude this lecture, I'm gonna play a 2-minute AI meditation.
명상과 AI 강의를 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you for listening
2분
to this
감사 명상으로
lecture.
마무리하겠습니다.
This lecture will be concluded with 2-minute
가장 편안한
meditation.
자세를 취해 보세요.
Take the most comfortable position.
눈을 감고
Close your eyes.
깊게 숨을 들이마시고
Breathe in deeply.
길게 내쉬세요.
Breathe out deeply.
그리고 몸과 마음을 지금 이곳에 집중시킵니다.
And focus your mind and body, the present moment.
우리는 지금 호기심 가득한 마음으로 이 순간에 함께 모여 있습니다. 강의를 마치고
We are
참가한
all
모든
together
분들에게
here with
감사의 마음
some
전하고자 합니다.
curiosity, and we want to express gratitude to people all
모든
here in
분들께
this room.
감사의 마음을 보내보세요.
Send your gratitude to everyone
감사합니다.
here. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
모든 경험과 모든 인연에 감사합니다.
Thank you for every experience and every people that I met.
이제 사랑의 마음도 보내보세요.
Now send your loving kindness.
함께한 모든 분들께 사랑과 긍정적인 에너지를 보내줍니다.
People who have been with you, to the people who have been with you, send your kindness and love.
사랑의 힘이 우리 모두를 감싸고 있습니다.
The love is encompassing all of
이
us.
사랑은 우리를 하나로 연결하며
This love will connect us as one,
우리의 삶에 풍요와 평화를 가져다 줍니다.
will bring peace and abundance to our life.
이제 천천히 눈을 뜨고 주변을 돌아보세요.
Now gently open your eyes and look around.
이 공간에서 함께한 모든 분들에게 감사와 사랑을 전하며
I'd like to thank
새로운
everyone
경험을 함께하게 된
who've
것을
been
기쁘게
with me in
생각합니다.
this room, and I'm really happy to have this new experience. Now, this is AI meditation, and on the ChatGPT search box, I typed that to make me a short script that I can share with the audience at the end of the lecture. And the voice was provided by KT AI voice service. So through all those, I created this meditation voice. Actually, the voice sounded a little bit artificial, but global companies offer more human voices. But I hope this lecture gave you some insight in this field, and thank you for listening.
감사합니다. 이제 명상도 이제
Now,
AI와 함께하는
thank you for your lecture. Now,
구체적으로
we can realize that meditation is now can be practiced with AI. So in this AI time, I hope that everyone can practice meditation in everyday life with the help of AI.
프로젝트 리드
Next up is the project leader of Zoom project Kim Sanok on smartwatches, the future of biotech advancement and meditation. Let's greet the lead with a big round of applause. Good morning. I will give a presentation on the smartwatches, the future of biotech advancement and meditation. My name is Kim Sun-oh. So I work in Samsung Electronics, and I have developed Soon, which is a meditation platform for meditation, and this has been developed through the project called C Lab, and it is a creative lab which allows people to establish projects and to carry out in a creative environment. So through this program, I have participated with the designers and application developers of Samsung, and we have cooperated together and be able to create a meditation platform. In the early this year, we actually went to the Las Vegas CES 2023, and we have been acknowledged of about 96% of satisfaction for the application that we have provided. So while I was carrying out this project, I was very interested in the market that uses meditation as well as with biometric technology, and that is why I will give you an introduction on the technology that can be applied to the meditation and the biometric technology as well as the devices that use the biometric technology. And lastly, I will go over the path this biometric development will move on forward. And before I begin, you may be wondering why I am working in Samsung Electronics but making an application for meditation. So I have entered Samsung Electronics, and I have also been a part of the Bixby project as well as the Samsung Galaxy. There's something that Bixby is really good at, better than Siri, and it's a it is a better rapper than Siri. So we will be able to listen to this after the lecture. So I was usually responsible for bringing in beat to Bixby because I was engaged in high-tech related duties. I really thought that it was necessary to control the mind and to manage the mind. And then I decided to look for ways to manage my mind more effectively. And the starting of it was yoga and meditation. So yoga was a hobby, and I actually received a certificate for yoga instruction. And I also have the certificate for meditation from Wongang Digital University. So I really realized the effectiveness and the positive aspects of meditation, and I wanted to share this to other people. I will give an example. When we are on a diet or when we try to get physical strength, we go to the gym and gauge and measure our body weight and the body fat and the muscle amount. And in order to increase our activity in our daily lives, we check the number of steps we take every day. And when there is a smartwatch, we actually measure our calorie consumption and manage and control the level of our exercise. Then what do we do to manage our mind? What do we do to manage our stress? I wanted to know how meditation, which relieves my stress, affects my mind. I wanted to know how much effectiveness meditation has on my body. For beginners, however, it is very difficult to actually realize how effective it is. This is proven by statistics as well. A lot of people meditate to reduce stress and anxiety and to take care of their health, but they have a difficult time starting and they quit very early on. And that is because they don't know how to start or they cannot believe the effectiveness of meditation. It was the same for me as well. So it was very difficult for me to keep on meditating, which I could not see. It was like getting on a diet without a scale. Because I could not see with my eyes, I could not make a goal. And because there was no goal, it was very difficult for me to continue with the meditation. So as we record and gauge and measure the number of steps we do with smartwatches, I thought that there would be a way to actually measure the meditation. And if this is possible, I thought that it would be very helpful for my meditation. And this is the beginning of the Zoom project. So the meditation measuring technology has developed for a long time. In 1979, he standardized the meditation with MBSR, and a lot of researches that prove the effectiveness of meditation has been coming out since then. And in 2008, neuroscientist has actually proved the effectiveness of meditation by measuring the brain of a monk, and by this project, this monk was named as the happiest man on earth. So by quantifying and proving the meditation scientifically, together with the development of biometric technology and sensor technology, it is not just a meditation for a certain people, but a project that can be taken by everyone. So the sensor technology has become so sophisticated and miniaturized that it is possible for us to actually measure the bio technology and the bodily changes of our body. So the biotech measuring technology analyzes the EEG, and it also can analyze the level of focus and the meditation by measuring the HRV, and by measuring the respiratory rate, it can measure the deepness of the breath, and so this is a very case in point for analyzing the EEG. It is called the Muse. There's a lot of people who are interested in meditation, so I do think that a lot of people have actually used this device. So while you are meditating, this device is actually measuring the level of meditation and the focus. And if someone is not concentrating enough, it will give a sound of the rain, and if the mind is calm, you can hear the forest sound of the forest. I thought that this was a very interesting device, and when I actually used it, because it is in the form of a headband, and because the sensor is needs to be attached to the forehead to be measured. I thought that it was a little bit uncomfortable in certain situations, and therefore I thought that it is measured. So I thought that devices that use the HRV is more helpful for using in daily life. So these devices you see on the screen, which is Core and Reflect, is based on the HRV, and it uses the sensor of the ECG. So it measures the heart rate using electric measures and sensors. So let me go over Core first.
Like warm technology. So the data that we track is ECG, so we get medical grade electrocardiogram data while you're meditating. The role of the biosensors is to track objective data about how your body's responding to these different techniques, and then we show those to you afterwards in the app.
As you see, Core is in the shape of a ball, and on the top it has an ECG sensor. And if you put your two hands on the ECG, the HRV and the heart rate is sent, and you can see how much focused you are during your meditation, and you can see the result through the application. So here there is an EDA sensor which is applied again, and this gauges your stress in real time, and that is called the E-flat. The EGA sensor is when we are stressed as our hands get sweat. So they gauges and it can measure the small changes in the humidity of your body and gauge the stressfulness of you. So if the person who puts on the hand on the device, the stress is gauged and measured, and the stability of the meditation that you have done can be confirmed after your meditation through an application. So the device I showed you, has developed. However, the problem is that because you have to take the device all the time, it is very difficult to use it in everyday life. So I thought that we could take advantage of the smartwatches that we carry on all the time to increase the convenience of the usage, and that is called Zoom. Like Core and other devices I've seen told you, it is based on the heart rate or the HRV. So it's not a ECG method where you need to put all your hands on the device, but because it is just a watch, you don't need a specific posture. So you can use it very easily. So if you use the watch and application together, the animation and sound feedback will be provided to induce the user. So if the user keeps on breathing, the watch on real time analyzes these data. Then, according to this Zoom application, let's try to breathe together. As you have seen with the animation, if the animation is bigger, please breathe in and then breathe out. So please breathe in and breathe out. Again, breathe in and breathe out. So if you hear closely, you can hear the sound getting bigger and then smaller. So let's do this for another 30 seconds. So how was it? It was a very short time, but these kind of deep breathing stabilizes and relaxes our body very fast. Like this, with the animation, if you breathe together with it in the Galaxy Watch, it analyzes your heart rate and gives you feedback that is in accordance with the situation. Like this, if you are good at your breathing deep,
안정된 호흡을 계속 유지해 봅니다.
you will receive a positive feedback to continue what you are doing. And if a movement is detected,
자세로 본쳐 앉아봐도 좋습니다.
it gives a feedback that is in accordance with the movement that you have just made. And if you have lost your focus, it tells you to focus on your concentration. So while you are meditating, if you think about something else or if you lose our breathing, the pattern switches all of a sudden, and therefore the application allows you to move back to the original deep breath. So we also analyze the breathing in and breathing out of the user.
조금 더 깊이 숨을 들이쉬어 봅니다. 좀 더 천천히 내쉬어 봅니다.
So breathing in and breathing out is analyzed respectively, and they analyze whether there has been enough breathing in or enough breathing out. So if there is something insufficient, it guides you to breathe in deeper or breathe out a little bit more. So for beginners of meditation, it is very difficult for them to breathe. So it tells you how to breathe and helps you breathe in the right way for meditation. And after the meditation, it gives you a result through a graph on how well you did with the meditation, and the heart rate and the stress resistance is also recorded in the application, so you can check it out later. So we have conducted a test and targeting the staffs and executives of our company for 2 weeks. And this is a data who actually used this application. And he said that he was very stressed and very overwhelmed by the duty and work. But after using it 2 weeks, he was able to relieve his stress and he was not overwhelmed by the duties anymore. So for the whole experimental group, the stress level decreased by 20%, and it was a very simple experiment. So we do need additional research. However, most of the users have not used meditation before or they're beginners of meditating. However, they said that it was very helpful for them while they were using it in subway or while going to work. So they also said that they were getting a one-to-one coaching for meditating, and we have received some positive feedbacks. So these, and in order for this, these digital healthcare market to expand, I think that it needs to be expanded from the meditation market to the corporate wellness market and up to digital healthcare market. So the measuring meditation market size was about 4.87 billion in 2022. Corporate meditation market was for 5.3 billion in 2022, and the medical institutions market size was $211 billion in 2022. And the reason why there is an increase in these meditation in corporate situation is because there's a lot of necessity for it. A lot of people are very well aware that the workers and employees are in desperate need of managing their mental health, and this is a very serious issue in our society. And the social economic cost of these diseases due to mental illness has increased tremendously. And 61% of U.S. Companies have been devoting a lot of subsidies for enhancing meditation and to relieve their stress. And this is not just a stress for the work, but the government realized the seriousness of this and has been trying to institutionalize this to companies so that they will be obligated to provide to secure the mental health of the employees. One of the biggest difficulties of carrying out this meditation is that it is very difficult to see the actual result of the effectiveness of the medication. And because it is difficult to measure it, it is not plausible to receive continuous subsidies for the company, and the company does not feel the need to provide meditation service on a continuous level. So that is why I think that it is very important for us to make people and company realize the need of meditation services to workers. I do believe that the meditation market and the corporate wellness market will become a very important element in expanding the digital convergence with the meditation. By measuring the meditation with the biometrics, it is measuring the bodily movement, and I think that using the data during meditation is very quality data because it records the tiniest movement of the body, and therefore it can be used as to prevent and manage your health. And these kind of sensor technology, which is continuously developing, allows us to get a hold of the health situation and the current status of your mind, and therefore will become a core of measuring other kinds of heart rate-related diseases as well. 1 out of every 4 people around the world are having a difficulty and with managing their mind. However, a lot of the people are not very aware of how to start the meditation or dubious of the effectiveness of the meditation. So meditation based on biometrics will be helpful for people who have difficulty starting meditation, and I hope that this will be helpful for them to start their medication. So this concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you, Ms. Kim, for the presentation.
과거에는 이렇게
So in the past, the
측정한다라는 게 어떤 실험을
biomeasuring the meditation has only been by research. However, it is now commercialized on a company level. And thanks to Ms. Kim's lecture, we have been able to have an experiment of the experience of the meditation through using the app. Thank you.
서울병원 응급의학과
Next speaker is Professor Myung-hee Son from Samsung Seoul Hospital on the title of A Robot for Communicating with Pediatric and Adolescent Patients. Welcome the speaker on the stage. Hello, everyone. I'm honored to invite you to give a lecture here at this event. I'm really pleased. The two speakers before me shared their ideas how meditation have developed so far and introduced the evolution of meditation. And now what I'm going to introduce you is not how well we are doing, but why we are using meditation in hospital or why we are doing this. So I'm just going to introduce this briefly. Before we dive into the main part, I want to introduce our team members and what our pediatric patients need and how I want to transfer digitalization the devices we use. At our team, there are many people, and first of all, it's me. I'm a professor of Department of Emergency Medicine at Samsung Seoul Hospital. So you must be wondering why I'm talking about meditation when I'm a professor at Department of Emergency Medicine. I'm participating in the process of digitalization of things at hospital as a pediatric doctor. When I see these child patients, I'm making a lot of efforts to deliver right treatment for them. When I was a child, I was also had accident and burned my skin, and I recovered well. And I went to medical school, and after all the long years of studying, I became the associate professor. I haven't been doing that great stuff. I didn't have much time to reflect on myself. About 3 years ago, we started this team, and as we treat our patients, it reminded us our memories in the childhood. The children are not, do not get healthy even with this physical treatment. There should be another factor, and also other nurses and medical students and doctors. We started to ponder and started to find a way that how we can lead our children to go home with healthy mental and also body. The children I'm going to talk about are not those who are very healthy, but minor diseases. These kids that I'm going to talk about they have very serious diseases like cancer. So these are the kids are under very difficult situations and have been going through treatment for a long time. Actually, we are confident in the capability of for us to treat these kids, but the process of treatment and the recovery process, and we need a very diverse support. But I'm not sure we are providing all this. In other countries, they already have child life specialists. Doctors treat diseases, and these specialists play very important roles. Not only the sick child, but also the family members, sisters, brother, also patients suffer a lot. So these specialists help the family members. And the diagnosis of disease is not always pleasant. There are always pain. So these specialists help patients to overcome dire pains. What I'm interested in most is children's pain, children patient pain. Because this pain is the impediment to treat and recover of the diseases in these children, and drugs are very limited to perform this role, and the drugs we can use to children are very limited, and also the doses are limited. So traditionally, especially in the case of pediatric patients, the way non-pharmaceutical treatment have been paid a lot of attention. As you see on the screen, it's been old data, but there are 10 ways to control pain through non-pharmaceutical treatment. Out of those 10, we realized that meditation can play a crucial role. In the previous lectures, meditation has evolved through 1 to 5 phrases. So even though it's not been scientifically proved yet, but meditation seems to have great effect on children patients. And clinical teachers and teachers for games and for fun. We don't have these specialists. We are in the very beginning stage. We do not have specialists, and there are so many various diseases, and the children have different dispositions. So in the process of treatment, it's extremely hard to provide personalized treatment, and everybody knows this. So for this reason, even though it's not very academic, we try to find a way to provide the effectiveness of mindfulness and meditation to our children patients. We have a very short record of this field. When children are born, some children are born with some serious diseases, and so in some cases, all family members have to take part in the treatment, and they need a lot of help. Not only pain, stress, and this treatment involves a lot of stress. It is best to exercise, work out before you get sick. We all know it. And when I expect this long and hard journey for treatment, then I want them to know about meditation. And I believe that those who know about meditation will feel different greatly from those who do not know meditation. So, how we can do the digitalization? I'm not a developer, but many good companies are struggling with this issue. So my role, I think, is development of this digitalization or developing app development are not my role, but my role is use them well and give them good results. When I started to feel the necessity of this digitalization, I wanted to find the companies and apps that I can actively intervene. So later, I selected a few companies that produce social robots and serious games, so they could develop, very beneficial contents to pediatric patients. We are going to watch a video that I made at my office. The robot says, "Nice to meet you. My name is Rolf. I'm very pleased to be invited to the Meditation Expo, but it was not easy to get here on Sunday morning. I usually get up late on Sundays, so I had to get up early this morning, so I feel a little tired. I'm gonna suggest a meditation. I want invite you to join me. Can you make irritating? Can you frown your face? You can do it. Can you make expression of irritation in your face? Maybe you are feeling a little sad or angry. If you are, then make a sad expression. You can also make an angry expression. Now, breathe in deeply and blow those negative emotions. One more time. Try one more time because the anger is still inside. Now, breathe in deeply and blow all the negative emotions. Straighten your spine and wear a smile. Once more, breathe in deeply and breathe out all the way. Due to the time constraint, I just stopped the video. So I hope to show you, the level of children, the meditation level of children. I wanted to make it easy, even though it's not as deep as adult meditation, but I wanted to make it accessible to children. So, considering the ages of children, we are developing these contents. This children gets agitated before finish this video. The video is quite long for ordinary children. There are so many wonderful, beautiful contents for meditation, but they are difficult for children if there's nobody around to help them. So we try to make, the content accessible to children, likable content to children. There are robots that have been used in this field. I'm going to show you this robot called Riku. the movement, even it is spoken in English, the movement seems very natural. This robot is very excellent. We already have this robot. Why do we try to create a robot that is not perfect like the existing one? The tall and big robots are very expensive. This is something I realized during my research. It costs a lot of electricity. It's impossible to use it on site at the hospital. I realized this, as I started research in this field. Now, I want to use it on site at a hospital. I have to consider, the possibility of distribution. So with the help of robots, when we perform meditation, the effects are already out there. And small robots, we already have a small robots created by SoftBanks. So these small robots, can help with the psychology inventions and help with the children in the life at the hospital. I skip the video now, and the children cancer patients have less stress when they perform meditation, and they can also more actively engage in treatment. It is more, interaction with the robots have more beneficial effect than the parents and doctors have on children. So, based on the existing research, and we are developing more research in this field, and how we are now struggling to find ways to provide better content. In the recent research, not only mindfulness, but emotional support and education are included in the rubric, and we are aiming to improve the life quality of children patients. Wiko is not the best robot, honestly, but the facial expression is the best. Two eyes are made with two screens. They can make various facial expressions, and with these eye expressions, children feel that this robot is actually, communicating with me. So next is that from 2021, we are conducting research for 8 years on the interaction with the robot. As I said earlier, in the case of pain controlling, we are aiming to use the non-pharmaceutical treatment. In the case of meditation app, the meditation app and the wellness app are a little bit different from what we are aiming for. And also through clinical experiment, we want to use them on site at the hospital. That's why we are taking these long years to develop further technology. The role the robot plays is that we input build up web the things that we want the robot perform. Now, when we consider into the characteristics of the children patients and also it's difficult that we can totally the treatment task to AI. Our therapist will control the robot from the distance to immediately react to emergency situations. as you've seen before,
오늘은 다양한 마음챙김 놀이를 해볼 거야.
due to the time constraint, I skipped the video. Mindfulness and meditation are all important, but so it is important to understand that pain is not me, this treatment is not me. We have to inform the children this, but we don't have the education like this. So we put the information about this, and so that the robot can inform the children on these things. And I'll skip this video too. Based on these technologies, today I intend to talk about the interventions with technology. When children are diagnosed with the disease, from the diagnosis to the assessment and intervention and the intervention assessment, we are developing contents for all of this. We are on a path of long journey. There is a thing called digital therapeutics. So digital therapeutics have softwares intended to treat or alleviate disease, disorder, condition, or injury by generating and delivering a medical intervention that has a demonstrable positive therapeutic impact on a patient's health. So when there is scientific evidence, we can use the digital therapeutics. We are not just only aiming at digital therapeutics, but we want to get a proof for use of the digital therapeutics. So I skipped some videos to finish in time. So I want to deliver what we are doing and what we are doing for our children patients. And thank you for listening to the lecture.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for the lecture, Professor Myung-hee Son. Meditation skills are combined with AI and the robot technology. We could look into a little bit in the field, and I really thank for the efforts they are making, not only professor but also the team members at the hospital.
Next up is a CEO of Omics CNS CEO Kim Young-hoon on digital devices as a meditation companion. Please give him a big round of applause. Good morning. I am OmniCNS's CEO Kim Yong-hoon. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this precious forum. And before I begin my presentation, I would like to talk about why OmniCNS company was invited to this meditation forum. First of all, we are OmniCNS mental health care manufacturing company, and it's not just about creating a measuring device, but we pursue one stop from measurement to assessment and analysis. That is why we have entered the medical device market from the first, and it took a lot of time for us to regain credibility. And among the treatment that has been carried out, we have been able to gain access to meditation, and like soon we wanted to collect credible and systematic data. And I think that this was the beginning of our involvement with meditation. So starting with medical devices, which we are an expert of, we wanted to enter the wellness market, which is a little bit lighter than the medical market. And the basis of this market is biosignals. And I was also wanted to go over the future of this industry. First of all, because we are involved in medical devices, the first sector that we have been engaging in was mental health related departments. I don't know if you have ever been to a mental hospital before, but a lot of the Koreans have a prejudice that the people don't really need to go to a mental hospital. However, when you actually go there, you take a lot of surveys, and it was just a one-time treatment. So I just wanted to think about how we can approach this in a more enjoyable way and to provide a more objective data, and also another big platform based on cloud. And this was the starting point of our company, and it took about 10 years, and now it has been commercialized, and we are now be able to be with you. So that is why, the body is comprised of three different nervous systems. It is a central nervous system, and then you have another autonomic nervous system, and we are focusing on the central nervous system and the autonomic nervous system because it is related to the measuring the mind. So we focused on sensors that is easy to measure. So we used EEG and PPG, and these two sensors were used to measure. So recently, I think the LG Electronics used an earphone to measure the brain wave, and launched a machine that can help people with sleep disorders. And like Samsung Electronics, which just gave presentation, we PPG-based devices using smartwatches are being launched as well. So these kind of bio signals, like other devices, measures 20 different types of signals in real time. Then how we analyze these signals make results in the way we use it and the purpose of the use. So because we are in the medical sector, we thought about symptoms and the other aspects of disease-related symptoms. So ADHD, depression, and stress-related sectors were focused. And when we look at this biosignal market, it is about the medical sector, and another sector and industry is the wellness, which is a little bit lighter than the medical sector. And this is also divided into two parts. In the case of medical, it is comprised of assisting diagnosis and treatment, and in wellness, because the diagnosis is in the medical sector, wellness uses the term measuring and training. So we're providing and developing various different kind of content, and I think that my company, along with other companies, are trying to develop this technology. So because I wanted to talk about biosignal, I wanted to tell you about the EEG, the brainwave, and the autonomic nervous system, how it is working as a basic and fundamental aspect. First of all, the brainwave or the EEG is measures the electrical activity in the brain. So you won't be able to gain access to or be aware of the EEG. However, in the hospital, you need to use the EEG machine in order to measure the brainwave of the people. If the person's brain is not working, these electrical activities disappear. So when you look at these EEG, there's various different types of measuring these EEG. This is very subtle movement of and vibration in the brain. So the principle of measuring the brainwave is similar to the principle of measuring the voltmeter, which you have probably learned in school. So the size of it is so small, it is as small as a microvolt. So how we can measure it and analyze it and then use it in a medical sense it took us a lot of research to do. And by doing so, during this research, we have changed it into the Hertz units. In the EEG, Hertz is known as the 50 Hertz. So if the concept of Hertz may be a little bit unfamiliar to you, but the FM radio that you hear in the car, the NBC, for example, is about 59 Hertz. It's megahertz, and it is about a million times higher than the hertz that we use. So with the smallest and tiniest megahertz, we can actually measure the movements of the body. For the 70 years of research, we have been able to use the brainwave to make a characteristics out of it. And while we were researching it, we have named the hertz from 0 to 50. From 0 to 4, we call it delta. From 4 to 8, theta. 8 to 13 alpha, 13 to 30 beta, and 30 to 50 gamma. So usually delta refers to deep sleep, theta is about light sleep, and alpha is about meditation where creep thinking occurs, and beta is for cognition and conscious behavior, and gamma is very deep concentration. So when we actually experiment this, when you look at this PowerPoint, the left one is when the brain is loaded. For example, when you're solving a difficult math problem. So this is when your brain is very much stressed. So when you close your eyes and breathe slowly, you can see that the alpha wave is spiking, which means that you're in a state of stableness. So there have been a lot of research going on in the medical sector, and on the left you can see that the brain waves are is differentiated. Is someone with a dementia, the brain wave of the alpha is decreasing, and you can see that the differences in the brain waves, which allows us to diagnose or the possibility of a dementia in advance. And for people who have a high IQ, you can see that the alpha is spiking, and for people who have lower attention rate has different brain waves from other people with who concentrates better. So people higher power of theta rhythm and lower power of beta rhythm compared to normal people. And for people with altruistic, the frequency flow is very different from the normal people. The gamma wave flow is very much activated. So they are have a difficult time controlling their anger, and a lot of research is carried out using the EEG. Then how can we use the EEG in training? One of the technology is called neurofeedback. The neurofeedback is a part of biofeedback, but it catches the changes in the brain on real time and trains the brain. So it is a cognitive training method. So usually we call it a mirror effect. So when you look at the mirror and check your clothes, according to and depending on how you train your brain cells, you can develop other parts of the cognitive aspects of yourself. And for different stimuli, it tells you that the neurofeedback tells you what kind of stimuli results in what kind of action and how the brainwave is affected. One of the stable neurofeedback is chronic pain, and for intensive neurofeedback, it's affective deficit type disorder, and also the neurobic training involves in left and right balance neurofeedback. So we actually conducted a clinical trial with Bundang Samsung University, and as you can see on the screen, there is a index called relaxation. When our mind is stable, the alpha wave is higher, and the high beta, which is about stress, decreases. For these differences in an index, we have an index for relaxation, and we also have an MBSR-based neurofeedback, and we make contents based on this. And we have conducted an experiment targeting firefighters, and we have a paper that was published last month, and we found out that it was very helpful for people who have a lot of stress mentally. So there's also another game that we have provided, and it is a game based on the TBR, which is regarding the concentration. By using these games, that the brain waves and the stress level changes in a positive way, and we have also been proven the effectiveness of this game through experiments in children's hospitals. And another part that we were very interested in was the autonomous nervous system. As we have told you before, our body our body is centered on the cerebral, and the senses are all distributed, and the autonomous nervous system is a nervous system where we cannot control, and because it moves autonomously, it is called the autonomic nervous system. It is comprised of two nerve systems, and one is a sympathetic nervous and a parasympathetic nervous. So I'm really nervous right now, and because I'm very nervous when I am giving a presentation, the sympathetic nervous system is activated. So my heartbeat gets faster and my face gets red. So after I finish my lecture, my parasympathetic nervous system will be activated, and I will sweat less, and my heart rate will go down. So this controls and manages the nervous systems and the tensions. So with the autonomic nervous system, we can measure the level of stress, whether it is short-term or long-term. It is divided into acute stress and chronic stress, and it is used in the experiments. So we have been to clinical trials for about 7 to 8 years. So whether you have a stress or no stress is not important. The important thing is that how well you can manage your stress and how well you can resist the stress. So managing the stress is the most crucial. So when you actually engage in an experiment, a lot of people who have a little bit of stress has high immunity, and people who have continuous stress leads to chronic diseases. So this is a sickness that is called the dysautonomia, and if there are some symptoms but it's not proven in CTs or any medical tests, we test the dysautonomia. It's a very serious symptom that needs to control the stress and the tensionness. So the next is the heart rate variability. So usually the heart rate beats at a certain route, and but people usually think that if the heart variability is even, people would think that it is healthy. However, because people move and people have different feelings, the heart rate beat is not the variability of this heart rate beat is very big. So healthier people has more variability in their heartbeat. So when you actually measure the HRV, you can see that healthy people has a very high, very stable and low differences in the HRV. However, for those with bad health, it is very spiky. So it is very useful and very closely related to cardiac diseases. There has been about for 50 years a lot of different clinical trials. The higher you have the HRV index, you can live longer and you can become more healthier. So we measure this with the machines, and you measure the heart rate, and if you see the heart rate variability, when you see the graph there, you can see the high frequency and low frequency. So we call the high frequency as parasympathetic sense and the low frequency sympathetic sense. And by using this, we measure the level of stress. So when you, in fact, the autonomic nervous system deteriorates as you get older, and by differences in the autonomic nervous system, we can predict the aging of a person. So a lot of research has been going on this part as well. So the breathing is said to be related with the parasympathetic nervous system. So there's a lot of research going on. As for example, if you are in anger or if you're in tension, if you breathe in these situations, the parasympathetic nervous system affects you, and it helps you relieve your stress. Just breathing out helps you relieve stress. So our company is interested in the EEG and the PPG and the HRV, and I do believe that this is helpful for us to provide a visible evidence of the effectiveness of meditation. I think that it will be helpful for you to see the effectiveness of the meditation in a scientific manner. So we expect that there will be a lot of potential for growth in the meditation market coupled with these digital technologies. And the market for the EEGs is also growing as well. So the meditation industry and the convergence of it with the digital devices will give an opportunity for us to extend a new type of market. And our company is also conducting experiments based on VR. Recently, the VR is very heavy and it's very difficult to wear. So there were some side points, downsides of it. However, it is still regarded as a very promising technology. Recently in Apple, it said that it will soon launch Apple's own VR device and started making these kind of devices. And about 2 weeks ago, Facebook or Meta said that it will launch a new device called Meta. So the hardware devices is also developing, and I do believe that it will open a new chapter for the meditation industry as well. The meditation that I've shown you before is a virtual meditation situation. So in the VR, we have installed medical devices that can measure the EEG and PPG, and we have given this to 5 patients. And in groups, they were able to engage in meditation and engage counseling. So it was an experiment that we conducted, and the participants was very high, and they really enjoyed it. One of the person, when we asked what they enjoyed the most, he's answered that he likes the ocean and the fireworks and campfires. So it is all provided with the VR, and the counselors appear as an avatar in the VR. So we have actually made a meditation environment that the patient actually wanted. And if the VR machine becomes a little bit lighter and if it's more easy to use, I do believe that meditation industry can grow in the metaverse industry as well. So up until now, I have explained the digital devices and meditation. I do believe that this is very interconnected closely, and I hope that you will be able to have a lot of interest in the biometric devices while you're meditating. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kim. So the meditation with the positive mindset of mind can be led by this neurofeedback new technology. It's very interesting to hear.
큐비클 닌자스의 CEO 존 파커스님의
We are going to invite Joseph Arcas, the CEO of Cubic Ninjas, with the theme of technology empowered meditation, VR, AI, biometrics. Let's meet him online.
Hello, John. Hello, Josh Parkers.
Hi there.
Yeah, say hello to the audience.
Hi, everyone. Great to meet you.
Yeah, thank you for coming. Then let's start the lecture.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much for having me here.
초대해 주셔서 너무나 감사합니다.
The presentation name, and today we're going to be walking through VR.
저희는 오늘 AI와
So my name is Josh Farkas, and I'm the founder and CEO of a creative agency called Cubicle Ninjas. We're a design and development agency based outside of Chicago. And when I began a startup nearly 20 years ago, it was a super stressful time. I was working 80-hour weeks, and while I was very happy to work on creative projects, one of the challenges was after a few years, my body and mind were pretty exhausted. And so out of desperation, I began to look for other solutions because I was barely sleeping at night, barely eating. And that was when I really discovered meditation. I rediscovered it again. And it changed my life. For me, it was audio meditation specifically that changed things. And soon I was able to sleep and eat and de-stress. But most importantly, I was able to find a better work-life balance. And since then, we've been building meditation apps for ourselves and for our customers. And together today, we'll explore some of our creations on the journey to bring meditation to a wider audience. Now, some of these things, we'll share some of the lessons we've learned, which span virtual reality, VR, mixed reality, MR, AI, artificial intelligence, biometrics, and beyond, and sort of how all those things sort of come together. Now, what I found strange was while meditation helped me so much, oddly, when I would see others in this exact same situation, people who maybe were perfectionistic, super organized, rule followers, and maybe quite under stress, they would say almost universally meditation didn't work for them. They'd mention trying it once or twice, and then never again. And I'd later travel the United States, speaking with people of all walks of life about meditation, and hear this exact same line thousands of times. And so this strange problem presented itself. The people who would benefit most from meditation were often the least engaged. Why? And so one of the things that we found was people freely mentioned that they were afraid to meditate incorrectly. Many would rather not do something at all than do it wrong. And another perspective of the same concern was that the content that they engaged with wasn't really relevant to them. They saw meditation as monolithic, as a single approach. And if that one approach didn't immediately work, they were immune to all of it. Another common thread was how intertwined our environments and our minds are. People would often talk about trying to meditate at their home, but get distracted by their surroundings. And so whether it was kids or the load of laundry or a sink full of dishes, the pile of bills on the table, or all of their technology toys around them, they couldn't concentrate in their own safe spaces. Sometimes people would be very blunt, and they thought meditation was boring. They felt, why would they do something boring, even if it was good for them? And finally, while most people believe that meditation had benefits, the inability to make those benefits tangible to them was very frustrating. And so they said it was stressful to not see how well they were doing, and even if they were improving. The lack of quantifiable data was a barrier to continued use. And so really, as we started to explore developing in these different places, we realized that meditation tools, digital tools, can be most effective for non-adopters in addressing across these four challenges. Can we use new hardware and software to empower those who feel like they're unable to receive the benefits of meditation? And how can these tools both hasten and deepen a person's perspective without needing years of practice? And so that's what this topic is. This is my favorite topic on earth. It's called technology-empowered meditation. It's a fancy way to describe training wheels for learning these key skills in a personalized, stress-free, more engaging, and more quantifiable manner. And so in this conversation, again, we'll be exploring meditation with the context of these digital tools, things like virtual reality, mixed reality, AI, biometrics, and the fun part where they eventually converge, which isn't that far down the line. And so to dive in, VR and meditation. Nearly 10 years ago, I created the first meditation app for modern virtual reality headsets and released it on a whim. Within 6 months, we had 100,000 downloads. It was way bigger than I thought. And it really opened my eyes that there was an audience for this on these digital tools. Today, guided meditation VR is enjoyed by millions of users, showcasing the diversity of meditation styles and training core skills in a safe and visually engaging way. We were the winner of MetaQuest 2021 App of the Year Award, but the reality is we're always refining, adding new things. And so today we'll be exploring both some of the features that we created, why we created them, and discuss some of the enhancements we'll be launching very soon. When we began working in VR, people used to joke, do you have a beach in there? And so one of the first environments that we created was a virtual beach. One of the fun things was we would see people sit in that beach for hours. And so today, beaches are still our most popular space with dozens of unique beach options. These are especially helpful in Chicago's chilly winters. It still amazes me how effective a virtual can be for a down mood. But we've really learned that there's a diversity of the environment is key. People have very specific environment preferences, and they differ wildly. What one person loves, another person may despise. And so with 40 plus environments, we found that these calming spaces act as both a reason to return and a way to identify which spaces are most effective for their practices and preferences. And we have the exact same approach to meditation content. With dozens of meditation categories, our aim is to just expose people to a broad range of unique techniques and practices, each developed in partnership with a talented teacher. With this range of environments, meditation types, unique meditation modes, and more granular options, we hope to show people and remind people that there are many ways to embrace meditation. The key is to find the approach that works best for them. What happens is, instead of people kind of avoiding meditation, now it's more of a proactive exploration that they wouldn't have had outside of a technology-enabled solution. And so if we take a look at those initial core challenges, when I experienced meditation and I wanted to share this with others, and I kept hearing this feedback that meditation doesn't work for me, if we look, there is personalized guidance. We have 30 hours of English content, which prioritize on a user's individual goals. But the content does need to be fairly broad and at a high level. There is, we are able to remove people from the cluttered and stressful surroundings. And so this is the big benefit of VR. We're able to remove them and teleport them to an engaging and serene space that's best for their needs. And because of that visual benefit, sessions become a lot more engaging, both to explore and a reason to return. But one of the things that we don't do great is we don't quantify those tangible benefits. And so we don't have dashboards or analytics. And so we really do leave that journey up to the user. But in the coming weeks, we'll be launching mixed reality into guided meditation VR. This is a feature that will help transition a user's practice from a fully virtual world to one that is only partially virtual. And our hope is that the user will be able to choose the level of reality based on their need. Think of this as virtual training wheels, with VR providing an encompassing safe space for those who have that need, and MR mixed reality, acting as transitioning them away to practice their skills with less and less virtual reality simulation, until the user no longer needs a headset to achieve this feeling. Another app that we created along the way was a movement meditation app called Guided Tai Chi. It combines elements of a Tai Chi 24 short form with a more gamified approach, and all within the limitations of what's possible within virtual reality of the time. And so there is an arcade style mode where a user is scored based on the precision of their moves against a teacher's. This allows for more engaged playability while also providing a competitive aspect because it has global and local leaderboards. But the real core of this app for us is flow mode, which is at its heart just movement meditation without any scores or goals. The aim is to simply be, as the app provides just light spoken guidance to help refine your practice. And so looking back at our core challenges, how well does this technology tool address them? Well, it does provide intermediate, both beginner and intermediate guidance for users. It does allow a user to distress in more calming spaces. And, in terms of being perceived as boring and not proactive enough, the gamification allows those who, while it's optional, it's there if they want to enjoy it. And for the gamified elements, there is a tangible score, so they can do more comparison against others. So now that we've taken a look at virtual reality and mixed reality, what about how AI might apply to meditation? Well, for the past few years, we've been working on AI, and I'm excited to share what we've come up with, which is called meditation AI. This is the first time we're talking about it, so we're going to give a sneak peek today. It is live now if you want to play with it. So in most meditation apps, you choose what type of content, and that's it. But really what we see is AI excels at hyper-personalized content. And so with meditation AI, you can choose things like the voice artist, the language that they're speaking, the goal of that meditation, or the topic itself, the length of the meditation, the visual imagery that is shown to you, and even the music. And it even has a memory, so it will remember what your goals are, what your favorite meditation voice artist is, and it can even welcome you by your first name in meditations. And so to give an example, in the past, we may have had to have broad categories for meditation, a meditation on forgiveness or stress relief. But in this case, we can have a much more focused goal. And so a meditation on forgiving our older sister for moving across the country, or a meditation on being stressed for a big client presentation, or a meditation for a 6-year-old girl who loves kittens. And so instead of needing a broad topic, we can create a hyper-personalized content for that exact issue. And the best part is it creates it all in seconds. But what's even more exciting to me is not just the ability to have the content, it is the personalized insight that comes from that. And so while a user's goals are defined on startup, these can be used to power the meditation content and the meditation recommendations. So there is a virtual guru here that can help walk you through your thoughts and feelings on your last session, help improve your practice, give you tips on your practice itself, or generate unique meditation ideas to achieve the same state. It can even help you create a meditation calendar based on your exact schedule. And the key for all of this is these are reactive insights that are really highly targeted and that were simply impossible at scale before now. And so in this example at Meditation AI, I'm chatting with my AI meditation coach, Stefan, who is asking me about my last session. We review these challenges together, and he provides actionable advice on what to do and how to prevent these sorts of things in the future. Personally, as a meditation user, I was shocked at how the insights were applicable and how well they helped me kind of with roadblocks that I've had for a decade. And most fun is they can be social and collaborative. So these custom sort of meditation prompts can be instantly shared with others. Each one is still generated uniquely on the fly for you, but their core essence stays the same. And so this allows for new ways of easily created, shared, and discovered meditation content. What's been fascinating to us is as we test this, it's very clear that we'll be able to generate more meditation content in an hour than we were able to create as a studio in 10 years. And in the coming months, we'll bring this content, this power into virtual reality. And so guided meditation VR will connect with meditation AI, allowing for both the beauty of decluttered, stressful spaces, but the ability to have optionally very hyper-targeted content. We think, as AI transforms every industry from film and books and all sorts of media, we think it's going to transform the meditation space as well. Now, we've covered AR and VR, or MR and VR. We've talked a bit about AI. Now, to dip into biometrics. So a real common question is, aren't biometrics for security? And so we often hear that about biometrics. They can be. There's fingerprint scanning or face tracking, but in the context of sort of wellness, our biometric markers have just as much health or just as much potential within the health and wellness space. And so these can be small hardware sensors that capture this information without you even knowing, that are built into the devices we use, such as VR or MR headsets. And so what types of biometrics exist? And this is where it gets really fascinating, because we can have the ability to capture breath, and that can be breathing rate, so how many times you're breathing per minute, or the capacity of your breath. We can take a look at the oxygen level in your blood. We can take a look at how often you're sweating, what is called galvanic skin response, muscle tension, movement, such as your head movement, your body movement, even your eye movement, we can utilize to try to understand more about your sessions. Heart rate and heart rate variability, known as HRV, which is often used as a measurement of general healthiness. But one that really I love is brainwaves, and that's called EEG. And so we have the ability to read your brainwaves and dynamically modify content. So while biometrics are often thought of dryly as data or dashboards, there is much more significant value in showing these tangible elements as visual representations, removing their intangibility and making them very grounded. Each day, we take around 22,000 breaths, yet we've never really seen our own breath brought to life fully. And so to simply take something that is wildly familiar to every human on Earth and make it brand new again, that's joyful. And while showing us our biometrics and visuals and numbers is common, I believe that the real magic of biometrics in meditation is remapping them to other senses so that we can better experience them with completely fresh eyes. And so some examples of that are, over the years, we've built prototypes that integrate biometric meditation into tablets or virtual reality. And here are a few examples that I think are really interesting, food for thought. One is a grounded representation. So in his example, visualizing breath in cold environments is a fun and grounded way to highlight someone's breathing rate without needing an overbearing user interface to tell them how much they're breathing. But in this example, there is an uncommon biometric remap as well. The stars twinkle in the sky based on your breathing rate. And so it's this subtle effect that really makes the user feel both connected to their bodies and to the environment around them. Another very simple way to approach this is grayscale to color. In the middle example, we're utilizing heart rate to do that. And so using biometrics, we can drive the visuals of an environment. We can start off with a high resting heart rate and make that environment grayscale. And as they lower their heart rate, we can transition this, blooming it into vibrant color. They're shown their current state without saying a word. Most powerful for us so far has been a real environment transformation. So our team, in partnership with Muse, was able to use an EEG headband to transform a virtual environment in VR based fully on a user's brainwaves. The demo begins in a dark thunderstorm on a flooded mountainside, and it forces the user to calm themselves. As they do, the rain slows, the clouds pass, the sun shines, and the flood falls away. A user can instantly transform the world and better exercise their mental muscles that are needed to achieve this state. But our main challenge on this front is that specialty hardware which tracks this data is a small industry. For wellness biometrics in VR or MR or new technology devices to gain mainstream adoption, they need to be built into the core device, such as a VR or MR headset. But as that technology advances and biometrics being captured by default becomes standard, it opens up beautiful new ways to allow us to visualize what was once intangible. And as virtual reality or mixed reality are combined with AI and biometrics, we achieve what I call the infinite feedback loop. The ability to see within ourselves with extreme precision and clarity, and with AI to provide nuanced perspective and to manifest all of that into visuals that fully enhance the experience for us. This is the future, but to be honest, I don't think it's that far off. In 5 or 10 years, so much can happen. And when we have these three unique technologies combined, they become supercharged. They're much more valuable than each part alone together. They're much more valuable together than each part alone. So in a single hardware software solution, we'll be able to see stunning visuals and audio that are both calming and engaging, a guide who can dynamically personalize your experience, and the content based on your needs and preferences. If you're relaxing, the content can change. And if you're stressed still, the content can vary to dynamically adjust. And most importantly, the data of your own body laid bare, remapped in fresh ways visually around you to tell you how you're doing. So this is dynamically refreshed session experience content based on your biometrics, providing quantitative insights about the effects that that session had on your mind and body, and curating sessions to achieve similar results in the future. It can also provide qualitative support, helping with questions, your concerns, your challenges, scheduling, or even encouragement. And it can highlight patterns that you face in your sessions, both highs or lows, and larger patterns that may be imperceptible to us today across a community. And in all of this, the idea of the self as this immutable object begins to fade away as we engage with our own sacred biology made living in astounding ways. So if we were to go back to the very beginning and take a look at those 4 challenges that most people say, meditation just doesn't work for me, that's where I think technology-empowered meditation will continue to remove that belief. And so we can move from lack of guidance and personalized content to instant, highly personalized content. In the previous example, the ability to talk about your age or a specific meditation practice is something that can happen and you can test it. Most importantly, we move from cluttered and stressful surroundings to one where we have removed all those physical distractions. You can not only choose to engage virtually, but you can choose what level of engagement do you want. Would you prefer to have fully virtual worlds, partially virtual worlds, and even have meditation sort of components in those scenes that help reduce or get you to those meditative states faster? We also can move from things being perceived as sort of boring and maybe isn't worth proactive exploration to something that is more curated for us based on AI, and one that we're more proactive to engage with because they're implemented in sessions. And then finally, in a situation where we're unable to quantify any tangible benefits, we can move where those benefits are made both sensory and quantifiable. We can change the thinking that meditation is boring and not worth exploring to one where we can precisely curate the end result, and the meditation experience itself is the reward. We move from a place where benefits are largely unquantifiable to one where our own biology acts as the scorecard, where we're transforming sessions from kind of solitary experiences into sensory journeys. And I believe that these technology-enabled meditation tools will transform the lives of everyone today who says, they're in pain or stressed and they don't think meditation would work for them. They believe they're immune to meditation's benefits. And while this future may sound quite far off, it's closer than we all think. And I'm really excited to explore it together. Thank you.
We have some questions about your lectures. Can you join our talk? Josh, are you on the line?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello?
Can you join our talk?
Yeah, I would love to.
Yes. Thank you, Josh. I will introduce all panels. Please wait, okay?
Sounds great.
그럼 메타 휴먼과 AI의 명상 소통, 따뜻한 동반자로라는 주제로 본격적인 대담을 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
So we'll begin the talk on meta-human and AI's meditative communications as warm companion. So let's start. So we had a lot of lectures on the meta universe, and we will now proceed for the panel. So the 2023 4th Seoul International Meditation Expo has provided many programs for experiences that people can actually take regarding Kanhwa-san meditation. Other than that, we also have a meditation library and other various venues and content you can experience meditation, and is prepared in our webpage and YouTube channel. Today, after our talk on meditation and industry, we will also have another talk in the afternoon session, and from next week we will have experience settings for people to experience meditation, and various themes will be provided, including the Eightfold Path. So I would like to ask for your continuous interest and attention, and I would like to have all the lecturers and speakers to come to the stage.
단상으로 올라와 주시기 바랍니다.
Please come to enter the stage.
네, 오늘 강연해 주신 모든 분들.
We invited all the presenters on the stage. Can you give a big hand to all the presenters? Thank you.
그래요. 오늘 이제 질문 대담 시간입니다.
Now it's dialogue time. I'm going to ask first to Mr. Kim.
대표님께서 오늘 명상에 대해서 매우 구체적이고 체계적으로 이렇게
Mr. Kim, you provided very specific and systematic insights into the development of meditation. If robots were to lead meditation sessions in the future, do you think you'd be open to learning from them?
그리고 그 로봇이라는 게 대부분
Many individuals may be interested in
명상 스승이라 그러면 근데
trying it out a few times, but until now most meditation leaders have been people who have guided others as teachers. Do you believe that robots can fulfill the role of such meditation gurus? I've never tried to learn from robots. I want to give it a try, but I have to decide whether I go with it or not. As I explained first, before in my lecture, robots with AI meditation will change the meditation app market. Monastics are expert in meditation. The best is to receive teachings from them, but there are not very skillful or who just practice like robots. There are these meditator teachers, so it is better to receive meditation teachings from the AI topped meditation app than unskilled meditation teachers. So the second question is effort and competition to make meditation go public with the support of digital technology, such as artificial intelligence, are currently underway. What is the current state of meditation at development of South Korea? in comparison to global standard? Additionally, how do you envision the future of the AI meditation industry in South Korea? In terms of app development, there is a big we are lagging behind other global companies.
컨텐츠는 전 세계 최고 수준인
In terms of contents, we are like the best in the world.
수행 전통도 있고
We have very traditional meditation practice in Korea, and we also have masters in Korea, but they are not well processed to deliver to the general public. As I said in my lecture, the core of the AI era is data.
석유가 나는 나라와 석유가 나지 않는
You know,
나라를 많이 비교하듯이
we compare countries with petroleum and without petroleum. So if we can, produce data, then we'll be lagging behind, compared to global companies that produce meditation app. And the people who need the meditation app will use global companies' meditation app. And now, as a matter of fact, no Korean meditation apps have AI function. So we need to develop it. It doesn't cost a lot, but we need a social and social support and also support from government. And I hope that Dongguan University also do some research in this field, and we have to create a AI-powered meditation app. So we have the power and capacity in South Korea to lead the fourth industrial revolution. And one of the technology we have to possess is AI-powered meditation app. Now the question is going to Josh.
I heard that
질문이
you are a
있습니다.
graphic designer, right?
그래.
Yes. So, is there any? Can you share the motivation in developing the meditation content using VR?
Yeah, I think when we originally started creating VR, it really was, we created a very simple demo for just to test the capabilities of virtual reality. And one of the ones that we built was a meditation app. And surprisingly, it was a pretty big hit. And so we started sharing this demo internally and sharing it externally, and it got a bunch of downloads. And I think what we were surprised by was the demand and the excitement over VR and meditation combined. It was something that I just hadn't seen before, and so we decided to look into it further as a larger product.
Yeah, thank you. Another question is, what do you think is what do you think consider the most important purpose in developing its meditation content?
Yeah, I think for us, it's really about developing tools that help people learn how to utilize these skills, things like breath control and thought observation and body awareness, so that they can translate them from their sessions to real life. And so that everyday use, they can find a way to kind of tap into these and yeah, that's the goal for us.
Yeah, thank you. 감사합니다. 그러면 다음으로는 김선홍님께.
Thank you. Now I have a question to Ms. Kim Sung-ho. She gave a presentation on application called Zoom. She also participated in the development of Bixby. I think that Bixby is be an opportunity to read the people's mind. And how do you think that you will be able to provide a meditation in this way? Already smartwatch, ring, and camera, well, we have sufficient information that we can measure. The problem is that how to identify diverse emotions. Also, with these identified emotions, that there are different types of meditation. So how to recommend the different type of meditations to different type of emotions is an essential part of our project. So as Mr. Kim Byung-sung said, we need enough data, and with enough data, I think the AI will be the solution for this. So who starts to collect the information and data, who analyzes the data is the important starting point. So I have another question regarding this. Because if the various types of biometric information is used, you said that meditation data is also being collected. So if there's any possibility that these meditation data being misused. So we have also tested this targeting a certain company, and for people who are hard workers, they actually followed the meditation very well. And one person had very high insecurity and had difficult time following the breathing. And when I talked to this with the CEO of the company, the CEO told me that he just entered the company. So by looking at these kind of data, as I am also an employee of the company, I was very afraid that I was scared that it may be used to actually monitor me. So I do think that ethical standards must be prepared to prevent the misuse of these collected data. Thank you very much.
한번 여쭤보겠습니다. 이번에 오늘 발표해 주신 내용들이 소아암 환자들을 위한 아주 흥미로운 로봇을 이제 개발하셨던 내용도 전해 들었습니다. 실제 아이들의 반응이 어떤가요? 이렇게 로봇을 이렇게 활용하는데 사실은 좀 걱정되는 부분도 뭐 문제점이나 유의사항 뭐 이런 것들이 좀 있을까요?
일단 반응을 먼저 말씀드리기 전에
네.
이 병원 환경에서 로봇과 아이들 인카운트 한다고 그러죠. 이게 처음 만나게 하는 그 세팅을 하는 게 사실 그렇게 자연스럽거나 쉽지 않습니다. 그리고 이렇게 대부분의 이런 이제 명상 앱이나 이런 것들을 사용하는 성인들은 사실 자기가 되게 원해서 찾아보고 심지어 돈을 내가면서 이렇게 쓰시는 분들이잖아요. 근데 저희 아이들 같은 경우에는 사실 본인은 전혀 자기가 뭐가 필요한지 그리고 명상이 뭔지도 전혀 모르는 상태에서 저희가 이제 너가 필요할 것 같아라고 생각을 해서 이제 로봇을 데려다가 이제 어떻게 보면 로봇과 소통을 하게 하려는 그 과정이라는 것 자체가 어떻게 보면 좀 굉장히 이제 수동적이고 그리고 어떻게 보면 또 자연스럽지 않은 그런 관계이기 때문에 특히 이제 소아 환자들을 많이 본 저로서는 굉장히 걱정을 많이 했어요. 애들이
So as a pediatric doctor,
얼마나 마음이 열 것인가.
I was worried how much these children will open their mind to robots. Some children are not very active to meet the robots, and some children show disinterest in robots.
심지어 우리 치료사에게 또 이렇게 와도 친해지려고 하면 시간이 걸리는데.
Even when we hire some specialists who can play with the children, it takes time.
또 일단 기본적으로는 일부 아이들을 빼고는 그 낯선 시기를 좀 지나.
And after some time in the beginning, other children enjoy the time with the robot, and prior to enjoy the meditation and practice meditation, they enjoy the time with robots on average.
개발이 됐고 전 세계적으로 굉장히 이슈가 되고 있는데요.
Nowadays, ChatGPT is widely used. So the research you do at a hospital, I think if you use the AI, adapt the AI function to your research, you will see the, an infinite expansion of research. So do you have any plan to use AI in your research? The answer is we are expecting a lot. When we develop this robot, we should assess and test the robot. When we make content, so it requires a lot of processes like assessing and test. And now, after saying the ChatGPT, we can let children to have conversation with the ChatGPT, or we can let children use the ChatGPT, but we are not totally free up and concerning about how the children gonna use this new technology. So we totally agree that, and we are already using a little bit of the AI technology. in our research, and even in the field and knowledge that we haven't even thought about before.
아까 그 디지털 치료제 장점으로 독성과 부작용이 없다는 점을
So you
꼽아주셨어요.
mentioned that digital therapeutics has no non-toxic and the lack of side effects.
도움이 될 수 있겠다라는 생각.
So I thought that digital therapeutics can be very helpful to treat children. So because digital therapeutics are used on our bodies, so I think you need to go through some tests by regulatory bodies. So is there any specific approval criteria, concerning the article or other areas? This is very important question, and also it is difficult questions that I'm not sure if I can give you a short answer. And in Korea, as I said before in the previous lecture, we have to prove the safety and the efficacy of the digital therapeutics to get approval. And we need to set the exact standard for this safety and the efficacy of the digital therapeutics on ourselves too. So when we thoroughly assess these 2 points, then it can be prescribed as a treatment. In the case of we have further processes to actually use the digital therapeutics in real life. So the next question is to Josh Parker.
Yeah. Another question is, as presented today, where do you think will the development meditation contents such as VR, biometrics, AI, more like that, is lead to, in the future?
Yeah, I think we're going to see this convergence of these tools, and I think we're starting to see it right now. But right now we think of them as these separate sort of components. But I think in the next 5 years we're going to see this hyper personalized, reactive, biometric integrated content and sort of assume that as the default.
Thank you. 디자이너 출신의 조 씨가 있다면 우리 옆에는 우리 엔지니어 출신의 김용훈.
So if we have Josh, who's a designer, we have CEO Kim Young-hoon, who used to be an engineer. So I have a question to Mr. Kim Young-hoon. First and foremost, you are an engineer, Mr. Kim Young-hoon. How did you become interested in meditation in the first place? Was there a personal motivation? So, well, for me, there's 2 reasons why. The first one is that about 5 years ago, for the first time, I have heard of the MBSR, and it was very unfamiliar. But then I had a meeting with and engaged in an assignment with the doctors in the Bundang Samsung Medical Center. So I participated in the experiment, and with the application and your feedback, I have indirectly realized that it was very effective. And also, I had blood cancer, but I have overcome the cancer, and now it is all over, and I'm over with recovering, and that is why I lost a lot of hair. So while I was using my medication application, while I was trying to heal from the cancer, I was actually able to realize and feel from my body, with my body, that it was really helpful to control my mind and to become more relaxed. That is why I became very interested in biometrics with the meditation. And because I'm an engineer, I do believe that it will become more effective and be able to realize this into the machine, because I've actually experienced this myself as an engineer. Thank you for your answer. So, among the details of Mr. Kim's presentation, there was an introduction of neurofeedback. So the idea is that if you provide feedback that induces positive state of mind, such as meditation, it means that an experience continues to be. It improves continuously improves the state of mind. I think very interesting is something that can be seen in the movie. However, I'm very concerned that, for example, if it may be able to inject violence or hatred in soldiers and physical match players. If it is being misused in this kind of way, I do believe that it may face some ethical issues. Is there any measures, technical measures in place to deal with that? In fact, neurofeedback, about 3 or 4 years ago, it has been utilized and researched. However, the level of utilization is intended for ADHD patients or to control people's anger or those who have low cognitive skills to strengthen their cognitive skills. And because it had been used in this way, this has not been used for negative and negative purposes. However, there has been a news program in television, and there was a program that says that if you listen to certain type of music, it gives you a hallucination like drug. So I do believe that this is a possibility, and therefore I do believe that some measures and standards will be put in place later on. So all the panels have provided brief and clear answers. So I was very afraid of the time limitations, but then we will be able to finish the talk in time. Thank you everyone for participating in today's session. I would like to give you a notice that there will be an exhibition, an experience hall next week, and you will be able to get a diagnosis for your meditation-wise next week. So any of you interested in this, you should probably sign up for the Meditation Expo Experience booth right now. And the guided meditation VI content developed by Josh Parker, who spoke just before, will also be available at the experience booth. So if you're interested in meditation and the industry, you may want to check it out.
Josh, we almost done with the conference. I underline, yeah. Thank you for sharing your precious time. To end,
Absolutely, thank you.
how about a brief message to the audience?
Well, when we began, people were very reluctant to accept new technologies with meditation. VR and meditation were kind of opposed. So I'm just eternally grateful for people who can accept and embrace new technologies as a fresh way to explore the mind-body connection. I personally don't believe there is one right way. There are many different ways, and I think digital meditation tools can make many lives a happier, calmer place.
Thank you, Josh, for joining for us today. Thank you. 명상관력 산업과 패널분들의 복되는 영광과
So the inspiration and the motivations of the insights of the panels have been great opportunity for us to learn about meditation and the meditation-related vision of the industry. So this was a very fruitful and meaningful venue for us to discuss this. Thank you for staying with us for about 2.5 years, and thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the final session of the 2023 Seoul International Meditation Expo. I would like to thank all of you for joining us for the final session. For the 2023 Seoul International Meditation Expo, I will be your moderator for the third day of the meditation talk. My name is Kim Nanju, CEO of Wana Company. So the meditation talk is an opportunity to talk with experts about the principles and techniques of mindfulness based on the Eightfold Path in Buddhist practice, the brain science of mindfulness through the practice of mindfulness, exercises to strengthen the resilience of the mind muscles using mindfulness smart applications in everyday life, the relationship between meditation and the wellness industry, and suggestions for developing meditation and practice content. So we have experts here with us to discuss these topics. This event is also provided online. You can watch our event through the YouTube channel of Seoul International Meditation Expo. Also, if you enter the metaverse within the web page of Seoul International Meditation Expo, you will be able to have a streamlining of our event. Now, let me introduce each one of the participants. And next to me is the Dharma teacher of the International Sati School, the Venerable Buddha Palam. And next is the professor of neuroanatomy at Dongguk University College of Medicine, Dr. Moon Il-soo. And we have a general manager of wellness tourism business of Yeongdeok Culture and Tourism Foundation, Mr. Lee Tae-ho. Thank you for being here with us today. Now that we have all the experts on stage, we will now start the meditation talk. From now on, we will go on with the first lecture provided by Venerable Buddha Bala on the spiritual practice to reduce the mind weight based on Satipatthana. Please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Venerable Buddha Pala. I usually deliver Dhamma talks, but every time I do that, I feel excited and nervous. So the title of my lecture is The Spiritual Practice to Reduce the Mind Weight based on Satipatthana. This is a practice through which the Buddha got enlightened under the Bodhi tree. This is not something the Buddha invented. This is a practice technique that has been inherited from all times in India. It is the Buddha who achieved the highest level of this practice. And then the Buddha could logically make prepositions and the teachings in the Eightfold Path. After the Buddha passed away, the original skills of this teaching disappeared, and every 400 or 500 years, and the practice skills were rediscovered and disappeared, and repeated the process. And about 5 to 6 years ago, people started to pay attention to this meditation skill. And And in countries including America, people wanted to practice this technique, and that is how this became started to spread into the public. People named this mindfulness, and there are people like much better use the original term of satipatthana than the translated term meditation. In the case of yoga, we say yoga, right? So it is clear to say sati when we refer to this practice. So there is a movement getting stronger, which claims that we should use the term sati rather than translated term mindfulness. And I also agree that sati is a more direct expression of the practice. And using these sati practice skills, we can reduce the weight of mind. This is what I'm going to talk about in this lecture. Anyways, you and me and everyone, I wish everyone to be happy and less suffer. This is the most urgent and biggest task for all of us on the earth. When people start to feel uncomfortable, then they want to move on to the state of better happiness. And I think Buddhism started also also started from this point. We try to use the various tools to attain happy. Some people want to use contact, contact of physical senses to obtain happiness. Some people want to use enjoyment or pleasure to attain happy, and some people want to get rid of suffering to get more suffering. So the Buddha said that it is better to reach happiness getting out of contact than getting happiness through contact. And to attain happiness, we need to get rid of suffering. And the root of all suffering we experience is delusion. If you want to get out of the suffering, you have to eradicate delusion. So we need to get the right knowledge to obtain happiness. So this is what Buddha said. In the Buddhist Sutta, in one of the Buddhist Sutta, Buddha said that the pleasure we can achieve it from our five senses are low and coarse, and so we have to pursue clean happiness, abandoning sensual pleasures. And this, he said that this is a key to his teachings. Many people, when they practice Buddhism, this term of attaining happiness is not very familiar. The reason, but Buddha said that we practice for happiness, but you shouldn't follow the low course filthy pleasure. If you get more of these pleasures, sensual pleasures, then you will get more thirsty. But when you experience the clean happiness, then once you taste it, then the life quality will change forever. the suffering or mental suffering
지역이나 시대나 특정한
are
시간에
various according to times, locations, and occupations, and it can be expressed as mind weight or stress or unpleasant feelings or unsatisfaction. If you
네이버 검색창에 가서 검색어
search the Google or
장르 제작
Naver,
검색어 1위가 거의 그
the number
4분의 1
one
검색어들은
search term
스트레스가 가장 많이
for
나오죠.
these Google engines was stress.
스트레스를 검색을 한다는
If you
것은
search,
스트레스를
many
받는다라는 측면도
the
있지만
fact that many
다른
people search
측면에서는
stress in the search engines,
하나의 교육 주제이기도
their aim is to get information about how to get they can release stress. In other words, stress can be expressed as mental weight, and that is also can be said as a suffering.
라고 표현을 하는
You give me stress, we say. You gave me suffering. Because of you, I'm suffering. Because of you, my mind is heavy. These are
그래서 여기서
these all have the same meaning.
마음 무게라는 표현을
So I prefer the expression of mind weight.
도구를 통해서
Through the tool of sati, I'm going to explain how we can reduce the mind weight.
근데 결론부터 말씀드리면 첫째는
I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the conclusion of all this lecture first. The Buddha said that if you want to eradicate suffering from the root, then you have to get rid of the cognitive error. There will be many ways to, correct your cognitive errors. In the case of Buddha, he adapted spiritual practice to get rid of the greed, anger, and delusion, which Buddha referred to as mental pollutant. And if we remove these dirty things, and we can see clearly, penetrate our minds.
밝혀서 존재의 실제를 있는
When we clean our mind space, then we can see through the reality of our existence.
이런 표현도 많아요.
So also, the Buddha expressed this
그런데 우리가
as eradicating delusion. When we say, about suffering, whatever suffering it is, whatever occupation you have, the suffering that I have equals the weight of suffering I experience equals the weight of universe.
따라서 우리가 살아가는 과정에
In our life, suffering arises. In any case, we have to deal with it.
그 괴로움을 처리를 하지 못하면
If we cannot deal with it, then we have to live a very hard life.
이 마음을 다룰 때는
When we deal with mind,
마음이라고 하는 현상이 갖고 있는
the
특성
physical material and the mental phenomena are different. In the case of physical material, as we all know very well,
그 특성에 대해서 이해가
we do not have deep understanding of the characteristics of materials. In this capitalist society, whatever product, almost every product that we use, producers and consumers are separated. So when the products that we use are defective, we isolate the products and discard them. But in the case of mental phenomena, this is not easy. You provoke me, and that brings me suffering.
괴로운 느낌을 최종적으로
But
생산한 주체는
the one who produced this suffering is me. So, the ultimate result of this mind phenomena is consumed by myself too. So the mental phenomena, whether it is suffering or pleasure, the consumer and producer are the same. They align. We cannot separate them. Physical material, in the case of physical materials, production and consumption are separated. But in the case of mental phenomena, consumption and productions are the same. Until we die, our mental phenomena will arise and pass away. So when we deal with mental phenomena, we need to equip at least one skill to deal with this kind of mental phenomena with this characteristic. And I think this is the true Buddhist practice. You know, when we refer to when we say about suffering stress, happiness is different from suffering. Happiness is sweet, clean, but the suffering is dark, turbid, and bitter. Even if when our mind is full of happiness, even a drop of suffering comes into the mind, then we turn the whole mind into bitterness. For example, you had a very pleasant day, but you came across someone who said bad things about you, and that one word will ruin your day. So the Buddha said it is dangerous path to achieve happiness through pleasure. So it is a better way, much better way to achieve happiness by eradicating suffering. Then what about pleasure? There's nobody who died because they are too much pleased, but there are people who die because there is so much suffering. This is like in amusement park. I can compare this to hospitals and amusement park. At hospitals, they get rid of sufferings. So people usually do not like practice. They say it is boring. Because Buddhism says that I get rid of your suffering. That was the starting point of Buddha's teaching. So Buddhist practice might not sound very interesting. Now we are providing very entertaining programs in Buddhist areas, and I think that's different from our original thought of Buddha. So Buddha said that we have to deal with the mind weight, and we should be free from mental stress. There are two ways of doing this, and the first is with the right knowledge, we can get out of the difficulties, get out of the suffering. So this right knowledge means wisdom. I can compare this to chemistry method. How can we attain wisdom in that sense? Here, wisdom is not deployed. And the second is physical method, and we call it samadhi. Traditional Buddhists will probably heard of this term samadhi power, and that equals sati actually. So with the power of sati, we can get rid of defilements like greed, anger, and delusion. And this is the core of the Buddhist practice. So through today's topic is actually how can we reduce the mental weight through this physical method. I made this formation and I was very happy about it. At about 18 years have passed since I made this formation. I went to a physicist to ask for advice, and he said that I should publish this theory, and I asked why. And he said that you should publish this because you can be the first, they will prove that you are the first one, to invent this formation. So I published a book on this formation. The weight of mind, mind weight can be determined by memory weight and also sati weight. These are the key words that Buddha used in his teachings. Generally speaking, there are three perspectives about how we can reduce mind weight. The first one is, the memories in the past. They is deep inside of us and affect a lot in the lives we live. So the memories from childhood, we have to go into it and we have to dismantle our memories. This is psychotherapy, one of the psychotherapy. And second is we have to leave the memory alone. We just pay attention to other things. This is what psychotherapists use. In the case of the Buddha, approve this method. You can use this method if you cannot practice the right way with Buddha teaching. We have to strengthen the muscles of our mind, and this is what the Buddha preferred the most. The resilience of mental muscle can help reduce the weight of memory, but in the process of strengthening the mental muscle, you also dismantle the memory. So the Buddha's teaching is like you don't have to be in contact with memory to dismantle it, but instead by strengthening the mental muscle, you can also reduce the memory weight. So that is eightfold path is a concrete way to do this. And the resilience of mental muscle is called sati, and also referred to as sati by the Buddha. Then how can you strengthen the resilience of sati muscle? Before we strengthening it, we need to understand the characteristics of mind. I can liken it to cyberspace. In this cyberspace, when data comes into the space, it's like only images come into the mind. In this hall, you are sitting in. You just came. You walked and came into the room. But in your mind, I'm not in your mind, but only the image of me is in your mind. So this image is also combined with mind pollutant. You get sometimes irritated. So at this time, you are irritated by something. It's not like the object came into your mind. Only the image of it came into your mind and combined with irritation. We cannot get rid of memory, but we can deal with the pollutant such as greed, anger, and delusion can be dissolved. How can you do that? That is by strengthening the power of sati, which creates pressure, and this pressure, which can be called samadhi power, afflicted, when this power is afflicted, then we can dismantle the force force combination of our mind and the wrong preconceptions or any defilements. This is something I made about memory. After the hours of the event, why don't you search for memory structure? You cannot search this on the internet. I found a website that posted my formation like this without informing source. Memory is image combined with defilement. I can define it like this. So we have to dissolve this defilement of three poisons. How can you do that? First, we need to strengthen our awareness, and second is we have to strengthen the resilience of mental muscle. And the third is we need to increase the mental pressure. The first is recharge our mental energy, and the fifth is right knowledge. In the meditation practice, we usually use awareness. When awareness gets stronger, mental muscle resilience gets bigger. Then the mental pressure gets bigger. Then our mental energy gets recharged. The one element of awareness became very successful in the international market. But with all these elements of this, like resilience of mind muscle and mind pressure and mind energy, we combine all these elements, then there is so many ways we can practice in daily life. The object, things way different on the earth or on the moon. So according to the pressure of our mind, memory can be measured differently. So our ancient sages express like good samadhi power. the mental muscle is the same. The Buddha stated very concretely, said, this is mental muscle, but we haven't had the chance to look into this kind of script. We say the American meditation, this American meditation, the people who invented American meditation didn't understand this kind of, the things that I'm saying. So the capacity of application of sati will be expanded infinitely. There are two things we can use. The first one is we have to dissolve the defilement combined to the memory. The first is we have to afflict afflict pressure first. And then a second way is we have to afflict some physical. The first is to afflict pressure. The second one is afflicting physical contact by hitting. In the Western meditation, they usually use the relaxation method, but Vigilance method is more important at the time of the Buddha. So this is the foundational difference between meditation and the Buddha's original teaching. Have you seen the monks at the Shaolin temple working out? So very lively and with a lot of energy. So when we practice with sati, we can have this energy. In the case of Buddha, he laid out the teaching of eightfold path. And when you practice, you need to set a reference point, and you should be aware of this reference point. And when you are distracted, then you get lost, and you have to come back to the reference point. And you come back to reference point. Then by doing this, you can strengthen the resilience of mental strength, mental muscle. When you walk, you have to be aware of the sole of your feet, and these are all the workout tools for sati. This is the way we can reduce the weight of mind with the sati practice. I hope this sati muscle can be improved, and how it can bring changes on our body and in our society will be discussed in the next lecture's presentation. Thank you to the Venerable Buddha Pala. When I first saw the formation, Venerable Buddha Pala's formation, I was so surprised. And if you use this newly formed formation, then please identify the source. So the sati practice pursues the clear happiness by practicing sati, not the turbid happiness which can be attained through pleasure. So the next speaker will be Okay, next speaker is already on the stage. Please give him a round of applause.
예, 소개받은 동국대학교 의과대학 해부학 교수 문일수입니다. 부타파라 스님께서 마음 구조
Center Moon Il-soo.
가 무엇인지 그
So I will tell you about the. So I will give a presentation on the perspective of. So the previous lecture was on the practicing sati on the perspective of a practitioner, and I will give you explanation on the perspective of a neuro doctor. So. In Buddhism, mind is defined as knowing an object. Suffering arises when we don't know things as what they are. So everything that we smell, we see, we hear are all the mind. However, if we are able to recognize the object as it is very difficult for us to do that. We know the object with the three poisons, and this contaminates our mind, and that causes the sufferings of the mind. And this was been well explained by Venerable Buddha Barlam. So when a sensory organ encounters a perceptual object, a memory image is recurred for the correct knowledge to occur. So knowledge occurs. So you need to have a memory image to realize what it is. But even if we have the memory image, if it's something that we already have it in our mind and memory, and it is illustrated in an image, but we compare it to the image that we see in front of us, and then we realize what it is by comparing it with the image in our head. However, this process passes by so fast that we don't even realize that it actually happens. So that is why we see a cat, we know that it's called cat, and when we see a dog, we know that it's a dog. However, that is not easy. So the memory image is a very complicated one. So when we look at this, it is very difficult for you to recognize it right away. But then most people will think that it's a dog, but some people may think that it's a cat. So it may be a bit confusing. So when I look at this, at an instant, I would know that it is a cat, a cat named Sal, because it's a cat that I raise. So Sal, my cat, my pet, she follows me along everywhere at home. So even when I'm studying, she's next to me all the time. So this cat is on my desk while I'm working, and she's sleeping there. So because I have the memory image of Saudi, my cat, I can instantly recognize that this is my cat. However, for those of you who do not know Saudi, it is very difficult to recognize it right away. Do you know what this is? If you recognize it right away, you're a genius. It's very difficult to tell, right? What do you think that this is? If you know this, you're really a genius. It's very difficult to tell, right? How about this? Well, can you think what it is a little bit more? You still don't know? Well, most of the people don't really know this by just looking at this. It is because we do not have a memory image of this. That is why even if we see this, we do not know what it is. So we know that there's something in front of us, but we do not know. It is because knowing has not occurred. So if I put a line on it, do you think? Do you know what it is? You can see that it is a cow. So now let's take a look at this also. Do you think what it is? Do you know what it is? It's a Dalmatian. So you see the red dots? It shows you that it's a Dalmatian. You still cannot tell? It's a Dalmatian dog, with his head on the floor, walking to the front. So after you look at this and see this again, you have formed a memory image in your head and is recorded in your head. So when you see it again, you can see that it is a Dalmatian on the left and a cow on the right. So the memory image is necessary in order to have the right knowing and the right knowledge. So in the brain, there is a space for the mind and there is a subject of the recognition. And for that object to become the level of the level that we recognize, we know this by knowledge, the memory image needs to act in order to make this possible. So if there is no memory image, it is impossible. So with the memory image, we predict and then find out what it is. So we are an object. We are a people of prediction. So with the information that is entered into our brain, it compares it with the images, memories in our head, and we compare it and we predict it. And that is also saved as memory. So because there was this image, it is possible for us to recognize the photo by looking at it. So I hope you need to understand that the brain is a device for prediction. But the brain is a predictor, but what is learned is stored as a memory image. Unfortunately, it is contaminated by the poisons. So So when you turning the brain, here's a mind mirror that forms an award for color. The reward originates in the retina and travels to the visual cortex and travels through the temporal lobe where it is reconstructed in 3D in the hippocampus. So this is followed by a complex process of number, phase, row, and expression. So in order for the knowledge that this is a Dalmatian, the memory stored in the memory bank must be mobilized and matched. So it is compared, so the memory image and the things that you see is compared and that recognizes what is in front of you and causes a lot of emotions in the head. So there's a lot of processes that goes on here. So, but the problem is that the memory images are contaminated. So the problem is that it is contaminated. During the process of my life, we save various different types and acquire a lot of information. And the information and the memory image that we have acquired is contaminated by the three poisons. It is because the prejudice that I had looking at the object for the first time has been stored in my memory, and it is an instinct of human beings. So it is an instinct for human beings. It is nature of the human beings not to see the things as they are. So it is contaminated with prejudices that we already have. So while we're living, all the information that we acquire is saved as a memory image, but most of the information is contaminated with the three poisons. So where is it contaminated? It is where my life, my memory, my history, where I was born, how I was raised, where I studied, what I did yesterday, and these kind of things, where these things are stored. And this is where the three poisons are together. So it is the narrative ego. So the narrative ego is a default mode. So it is full. It is a big nervous system that fills up our brain. So it also has a pure image, but it is contaminated with the three poisons. So it is put together and contaminates the memory. So the default mode network, if we say the green part is the pure image, all the colorful parts other than the green are the contaminations. So this is what makes our mind heavy. So we need to get rid of these colorful colors that are contaminated with the poisons and then make it pure. And that process is mindfulness and practice. So the default mode network is where our narrative ego is staying and where my history is collected and which establishes my ego. And this is where the three poisons are also staying, contaminating my narrative and stories. So the contamination of the mind prevents us to see things as it is, and it causes suffering. When we see a rabbit, we need to see a rabbit, but although we think of a rabbit, and when we look at the turtle, we think of a turtle, but we think of something else from time to time rather than the turtle. So we are not able to see things as it is. And this needs to be eliminated with meditation and practice. And this is through the practice of sati. So it is also, I will express it as sati art. So the sati art is the right knowing and enlightenment is achieved, and also eliminates the three poisons and makes the life more pure and happy. So this is called the sati art. Sati makes our life more beautiful. So that is why I would like to refer to it as sati art. Then how can we do the sati to make our mind pure? Well, Buddha actually explained this. According to the Unnama Brahma Sutra, here it's very difficult to interpret. There's no exact interpretation of it. So there are some conflicts about this interpretation in the English forms as well. So there's a lot of interpretations about this, but if you know about the structure of the brain, you can understand right away. It explains the structure of the mind. So it says the five senses of the faculties, which are manu, it resides on the manu, and the sati depends on the vanukti, and the vanukti on the gutva, and the nirvana. So Pati Saraman, Sati Patasaranam, it is very difficult to translate. In English, it is translated as, it says refuge, shelter, or help, protection. So it means to receive protection, so to receive the help of the sati. I think that the help is the most appropriate interpretation of it. We receive the help of the sati. Sati receives the help of the nirvana, and all the five senses receives the help of the manu. So on your perspective, so it also can be regarded as receiving management. So when you look at this delivery of the signal, all the things that we smell and see is the outside sense organs of our body, and it goes into the brain, and it goes up to the prefrontal lobe to the final destination as the prefrontal lobe, where the memory is manage, such as making judgments and making decisions. So ultimately, all the memory is sent to the prefrontal lobe. So the sense information goes to the sati, and the sati from the to the nirvana. So this is explained like this. On the other hand, to reverse it, if you get managed, sati manages the mano. So when you receive breathe meditation, you are aware of the breathing in and breathing out. You're aware of this. So 의견 in Korean means the function of actually capturing something. So if that part tells you to just grasp on the breath rather than the delusion, and this is managed by the sati. So if it is managed, the delusion is eliminated because sati keeps on telling you to get rid of the illusion and focus on the breathing that is being happening right now, and to concentrate and recognize the mind and you are situated in right now. And this allows the sati power to be bigger and lead to nirvana. And this is something Buddha said in Unnaparamun to his apprentice. So there are different layers of the brain, and Buddha was aware of this and he explained that there are different layers in the brain. So Buddha was already aware of different layers of the brain. So I think this only makes me respect Buddha even more. So what is important is that if we are something that we can artificially and manage is a sati. So because sati is able to control every single part on randomly, but the sati, because it has a function of mindfulness, it tells your mind not to be obsessed about something or any disturbances that may disturb and hinder meditation, and only focus on capture something that is useful. And that is what we explain about the sati practice. So the things that we can manage is the mindfulness function of the sati. And by using this, we can grow the power of sati. And this is very easily done by breathing. You don't need to purchase an expensive device, or just breathe well, and because breathing is free. No one asks you to pay for breathing. So you can use breathing as the tool and just become mindfulness. So if you keep repeating the mindfulness, you become stronger and the sati becomes stronger. Venerable Buddhapala also said this as well. About 40 years ago, I know that if I breathe well, my mindfulness increases, and which increases the power of sati. So practicing sati occurs in and it activates the nerve circuit of the mindfulness in the prefrontal lobe, and that is why the more you use it, the stronger it gets. So when we do weight training, our muscles get stronger. When we do aerobic, our body also gets stronger as well. But because muscles are visible, we are able to know that weight training increases the muscles, and you can visibly see that your muscles are getting stronger. However, in the case of the sati, it is carried out within your brain, so you're not able to know. It's not very credible to see and whether the sati is working well or not. However, it changes even more dynamically. Changes even more than the muscles. So functionally, sati is a cognitive control network. So we regard it as a cognitive control network. It can be regarded as a frontal parental network, the FPN. So it is a nerve function that recognizes objects. So the brain changes dynamically, and the fact that net changes dynamically means that the neural circuit inside changes dynamically. More specifically, the neural circuit is comprised of other synopsis, which changes dramatically. Let's take a look at this. So if you exercise for the mind, can you turn on the video clip, please?
아까 틀어준다고 그랬는 동영상 틀어주세요. 예. 계속. 예. 신경세포가 저렇게 다이나믹하게.
So the neurons change dynamically. It is very dynamic. It moves very dynamically. So if you look on the above, it is moving dynamically in order to make neurons. So if a memory image occurs, to create a memory image means that it is making and creating a neuron circuit. So to learn something, to recognize something, the process of learning is the process of drawing a neuron, and the drawn neuron, if it stays, it becomes memory. And this is saved as a memory image. So the neuron circuit that creates memory is learning, and if the neurons are dynamically active, let's take a look at one more time. You can see that electricity is flowing in on the circuit. 0.1 voltage electricity is flowing within the neuron. So if the electricity flows, the brain is activated, and if the brain is activated, the mind is created. So the neural circuit, the more you use it, the more stronger it gets. So the synapse is stronger, and if you don't use it, it becomes weaker. So the neurons has the characteristics of becoming stronger and weaker, and that is called neural plasticity, and the synaptic plasticity also changes as well. So when you conduct practice, you may walk, or you may put your feet on the ground, or focus on the breathing in and breathing out of your breath. You recognize this, and it is recognized in the brain. So usually we live while we recognize the six senses. However, it is not just the same as recognize it and mindfulness. Mindfulness is a seventh sense. It is meta recognition, to recognize your recognition and consciousness, to recognize and be aware of the fact that you are breathing in, and then to recognize and be mindful that you're breathing in. It is regarded as the meta recognition and called the seventh sense, which is the sati. If you are able to improve this, your senses will also get stronger. So sati is a practice that focuses on recognizing the here and now. It makes stronger the prefrontal lobe. So you put a basis and you recognize the base point, and based on the base point, you recognize the sound around you, anything that you see, and if a delusion occurs, you are be able to be aware of it and be mindful of the delusion. So if you are able to strengthen the sati nervous system, you can create a brain that does not cling on to anything, and which will lead to the mindfulness and the happiness, and to get rid of all the disturbances and the pain. And therefore, with sati practice, it strengthens the brain that does not cling on to or be dragged on, and weakens the brain that clings on to something. So when you are managing a dog, sati can be regarded as the chain, and the sati is the delusion. So if the sati's power is strong, the dog chain leash will not be loose, and the delusion will go away. We also compare sati as a drone. You put a drone up above you, and it reflects, and you tell sati to tell you what you are doing and what stage you are in. So if you are able to be mindful that you are angry, your anger will not explode. While we're living, it's inevitable for us to be angry. We do not, and no one has an environment where they can never be happy. So becoming angry is inevitable. And Buddha said that it is the first arrow. So anyone can be hit by the first arrow. However, by dragged onto the arrow and to be hit by the second and third arrow is not, it's something that should not be done. It may be possible that I may listen to something very offending. However, you may think, oh, he says something bad about me. He keeps on saying something bad about me, and you become obsessed with that. And because you are dragged on to that bad, offending word of the other person, you're dragged on, and this is the second and the third arrow, which you should not follow. So if you are in suffering, what you should think about why and the cause of your sufferings, and if you are recognized and mindful of it, you will not be dragged into depression. So my mind is something that I can change, it depending on how I control it, although it is difficult. Because our neural cells are activated to create the mind, if you change the neural circuit, you may be able to change your mind. So we have made an experiment to this rat. So we actually, so this is genetically modified. The laser is off right now. The rat is not very interested about it. But if we turn on the laser, it becomes very angry at the little wooden stick that it wasn't interested at all. So we found out that if you turn the laser on, the rat became angry. So the laser was actually targeting towards cap and to make it activated. So that small little cap on the rat right now is not really interested in right now. However, by activating the cap with the laser, it became very aggressive. And practicing actually strengthens the sati, strengthens the mindfulness, and strengthens the mind, increases the energy of the mind. In addition, self-reflection is possible, and you become more patient, and the ultimate goal is liberation and nirvana. Because it is very difficult to achieve this, and we want to get some bonuses from meditation, and it is done through meditation. So in conclusion, the weight of the mind, if it is heavy, if we don't feel well under the weather or tired, we call it that our mind is because our mind became heavier. It is because our ego, the talking ego, the narrative ego is becoming stronger, and the sati is decreasing. However, the pure image cannot be diminished. However, the three poisons and the suffering that is attached to the image can be eliminated, which will decrease the weight of the mind and increase the power of the sati, which in turn will decrease the suffering, and therefore the stronger sati means that you can reduce the weight of the body, mind, and it makes you more pure, more happier, and more energetic. So that is necessary to practice sati. So if you are awake, you need to practice sati all the time, and this was by a famous monk. So this is the ultimate goal of the sati. This concludes my presentation, and I will introduce the next presentation. It's the utilization of sati in daily lives, and Donna Company CEO Kim Namju will give the next presentation. Please give her a big round of applause.
Greetings. I am Namju Kim, CEO of One Company, which leads the balance of the mind ecosystem. In the sati practice, the speakers discussed sounds interesting but sounds very difficult too. So how can we use this sati practice in everyday life? And that's the topic of my presentation. I explain it since you are singing on this screen. When you doing the dishes, when you brush the teeth, when you walk, these are the activities we repeat every day. Can you notice the common thread in these things? There's a secret in these activities that is the key practice skills called sati. So I'm going to share with you the three rules that you can apply when you practice sati. First is to set the end of each action as the reference point, and second is given a proper name to that end of the action. Choose the name that you are familiar with. And third is in the process of the action, do not analyze, reason, or logically systematize. When we walk, right foot, then right foot, left foot, and right foot, we walk with two legs. So you name all those walking with this. You have to notice that what is going on with the right foot or in the left leg. You have to notice the things in your legs. But if you analyze these things, then you cannot expect the sati will grow. So the Buddha said, in Korean temples you can find this phrase, 막존지해, that can be translated, live with knowledge, understanding. When we enter a gate and at the temple, you can find this phrase. And so the Buddha saying is this, you have to observe your body, but don't think about it. You have to watch your feelings, but don't proliferate other thoughts about the feeling. So why is this such a practice among so many other practices? I'm going to share my story before I go to that. Over 20 years, I worked in the IT industry and spent a lot of time during those years in Tokyo. My main area of expertise is in user experience, that is UX design. So with the advancements in the field, it, it evolved into wider industries. If you look at this in a picture, this field includes a lot of disciplines like psychology, sociology, philosophy, and electric engineering, machine engineering. So not only it is vast, but also constantly expanded with the advancement of IT technology. The more it evolves, the more there is to learn. The IT industry is known for its rapid changes, and it often feels like humans are racing to keep up with the technology. I started thinking that why people are attracted by these technologies and centering the United States, which takes lead in this field. Many people, especially in Asia, attend the conferences or academic events, and they learn the techniques and they learn the theories and they come back to their nation and they share what they learned. I thought it was interesting, but I see it again and again, and I find it's not the right way we should do it. So in this rapidly advancing society, if I cannot keep up with the technology, then I have to find the core principle that make it all happening. Then I can be the master of my life. That's what struck me. That thought struck me at the time, and that was event that left me a trauma. It was the Tohoku earthquake in Japan. I think you must have heard of it. I was in Tokyo at that time. As you see in the pictures, electricity and all public transportation was not available, and the people came out to the street, and including me, and all office workers came to public organizations and to spend a night. A few days later, the big big supermarkets in Tokyo became empty. It was like a scene from the movie. The commodity products at at supermarkets disappeared as soon as the shelves were filled. Then I realized that I'm not happy at this point of life in the place that I was in. So I started to wonder, how should I live? I've done what I wanted. But I wasn't happy. Then what should I do? Then I pursued two things. First, I traveled many countries, as I always dreamed of from my childhood. And the second is I could challenge, to achieve the goals that I set in the past. So I hit off the road and visited many countries. And when I came back to Korea, I experienced temple stay programs at Korean temples. At that time, I attended a meditation session at one temple, and I visited many Korean. I came to know many Korean monastics, and following a monk's advice, I went to Tibet Center, and I flew to Tibet I went to a small hermitage and asked how I should live. I spent 3 years like that. Because I wasn't wise enough, that was not a great turning point in my life. When I look back, it was a very natural flow of life because Buddhism deals with life. What you see in the picture is the contents table of Anguttara Nikaya. I think the letters are too small for you to see. You know, the contents reads like overcoming obstacles in life, dealing with difficult emotions, and the gain and loss of wealth, older age, sickness, and this. It's all about our life. You know, I came to know this Anguttara Nikaya later days, much later days since I started practice Buddhism. It was not about sociology or other discipline. 2,600 years ago, the teachings of the Buddha all contained the stories about our current life. And I attended the 5 days Sati meditation program. I decided to join the Sangha community. I didn't have any grandiose purpose of doing it. Just I wanted to, because they said that I could live freely if I practice sati. So that's why I got my head shaved. And shaving my head, joining the Sangha community wasn't that much, didn't have much meaning in my life. It's just I wanted to be free. Look at me. Since that I cannot wear my hair long. I don't have to go to hair salons. I don't have to dye my hair. And I don't have to buy shampoos. In winter days, I don't have to dry my wet hair anymore. And I only take a shower for 2 minutes. As many women can agree, I do not concern about the wrinkles or stains, increasing on my face. The tickling sound of clocks do not bother me anymore. I want to say this. I want to refer it as freedom like the wind, emotions, environment, noise, appearance. So how the sati is different from the general meditation. Mindfulness and awareness meditation relaxes our bodies and minds and pursues peace. And it is good for stress relief and stress disturbance. However, sati practice try to see through the source of our suffering, and it gives capacity to be free from of those sufferings, so we can be the master of our life. So it strengthens the resilience of our mind muscle. We sometimes find ourselves very hateful, so it can lead to self-reflection. So I'm going to look into the phase of evolution of meditation. This mindfulness practice has roots in Buddha teachings, And then the meditation center started to sprout out, and by the end of 1970, meditation programs like MBSR was deployed to treat psychology diseases. And thanks to the advancement of technology, cutting edge technology, the meditation apps like Calm and Headspace started to appear. There are more than 500 meditation apps available. And with the advance of AI, it seems obvious that meditation will spread furthermore. So the evolution of meditation can be divided into two groups. One category, right? One classification Buddhaologists suggest, and the other one is suggested by Daniel Goleman and Richard Davidson, and there is a little bit of difference. Vener Buddha Balance level 1 to 5 practice. The first level of Vener Buddha Balance classification is based on the original methods taught by the Buddha. It includes sitting meditation, walking meditation, lying meditation, eating meditation, and meditation in everyday life activities. The eating meditation is a way to utilize the act of eating as a form of practice. So Buddha emphasizes mindfulness in all daily activities, including walking, standing, lying down, putting on clothes, eating and drinking, sleeping, being awake, speaking, and being silent, even when attending to body functions such as urination and defecation. So you have to practice 24 hours. So now we are going to look at the classification by Daniel Goleman and Richard Davidson. And on the left, this is a timetable of Mahashi's meditation sensor. You get up at 3 o'clock, and except 2 hours to 11 at night, you have to practice walking, eating, lying meditation. And in the center, we can see the timetable at Goenka Meditation Center. They practice 10 hours a day, and the sitting meditation is the primary practice method, and they have Q&A sessions. MBS program offers a week certificate program, which runs 30 hours programs include meditation and awareness practice. And most of the meditation apps emphasize that you can do meditation only 5 to 10 minutes and invite you to do meditation practice. In these days, the meditation practice is becoming more and more commercialized, but the practice time is getting shorter and shorter. And the meditation seems to be deviated from the original teachings of Buddha. So I think this is natural demand as time passes, but the original Buddhist teaching has its own reason for its teaching. Sitting meditation is a strengthening sati, and walking meditation is to strengthen samadhi. And the if you well, walking meditation is 3 times more effective than sitting meditation, and the daily life meditation is like 10 times more effective than walking meditation. So on the process of practicing meditation, after a certain of time passes, you have to start to practice higher meditation. And sitting meditation is included in many meditation programs in the Western countries. It is the most basic and easiest way to practice sati. But if you practice walking and live activity meditations, then you can even practice while you are sleeping. When you are learning languages, when you do it very arduously, even when you're sleeping, you dream in that language that you are learning. So these different practices interlock like gears, practicing at specific times, eventually to practicing actually throughout the day. And that's when the effects are maximized. I hope you all have a chance to experience this. So ChatGPT it's a very controversial issue. Did you know that ChatGPT learned 5 trillion data pieces? So did you know that? Did you also know that after ChatGPT 4, there is very little human-generated text data used for training? In 2022, a research team led by Hataya Luch at the Japanese Institute of Science and Technology published a paper this institute is globally renowned for scientific research. The point they make is that continuously feeding AI-generated data into the training data leads to a decline in quality, as shown by the. I brought some images to help your understanding. This is not real image. This image was generated by AI. It looks like real. If there is no data generated by human, then these images will be used to train AI, and then the quality gets worse, and the original image will disappear. So this is an illustrative image to help your understanding. And by examining this example, you can also reflect on the transformation process of meditation, as discussed earlier. Many people indeed hope for more convenience, easy, and significant research with minimal effort. However, to achieve substantial research, we need to invest an appropriate amount of time and make the necessary effort. Without dedicating the right amount of time and effort, the desired outcomes might remain nothing more than wishful thinking. In this world, you can achieve the goal you set with less time and effort than expected. To produce desirable research, you need to invest the necessary time. You must know the Anderson's. You have heard of this. 10,000 hour rule. I think you understand it even without me explaining. Additionally, a success founder says the same thing. To achieve what you deserve in a new field, ultimately, dedicating an overwhelming amount of time is a crucial factor. The key to not being swept away by the rapid advancement in science and technology and to live autonomously in the world is ultimately to understand the principles well enough to adapt and utilize them appropriately in any situation. So, if you can understand the principles of the mind, become the master of your life, and not to be driven by your thought, but conquer your mind, I believe that is happiness and freedom. So, I've been developing a meditation app these days. So all the people I worked with, all the people, all the colleagues who have expertise in this field. So we are going to release it in November. This Sati Art meditation app from Global Play and the App Store. We are in partnership with the experts who have developed the line and other famous technology experts. This timetable, you can have two options. The first is the timetable that experienced meditators adopt at meditation center, and the second is more personalized timetable. If you're practicing, let's say that if you were, because this app records your meditation sessions, you can bring, if you go to the meditation center after you meditate alone, then you can also bring the record of your meditation sessions on the map, and can use it again. So some meditation apps boast that they offer a lot of environment and a lot of options, but we are not planning this. We do not offer any calming music or any special features. That truly worth reading books and musics do not most a lot. The meditation practice is the same. You don't need these, grandiose and beautiful features to deepen your practice. So with that in mind, we are developing this Sati Arts meditation app. One more thing I'd like to add is that this Sati Art is based on the original teachings of the body and Sati practice. And we will also offer theoretical studies in Buddhism. I wanted to play this demo of meditation, but due to the time constraint, I'm just gonna perform walking meditation with you. You just stay where you are. You always, walk around. Stretch out your two hands. Say this is right foot and left hand is your left leg. You just usually you just walk without any consciousness, but from now on, bring your mind awareness to the sole of your right foot, and then to the sole of left So left sole. So when you put down the right foot, then bring your conscious awareness to the right foot. And when you put down the left foot, and bring your awareness to the left sole. So gentle close your eyes and feel the sense. Right foot, then right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot. And if you practice this well, even when you are old, when you are accustomed to this walking meditation, you can avoid any tripping. So I hope you try this in your daily life. This is the end of my lecture. Thank you.
So my lecture ends here, and I would like to introduce the next speaker right now. So we have a presentation on wellness policy and the role of meditation. We have Mr. Lee Tae-oh, head of the wellness tourism business under Yeongda Culture and Tourism Foundation. Please give him a big round of applause. So I am the last speaker of today. I was very inspired by everyone. I could see that everyone is there sitting still and concentrating on the lecture. So please cross your fingers. Okay. Please put your hands up and stretch. 1, 2, 3, and relax. Slowly put your hands down. Now we will push your hands to the front. Stretch it to the front, and 1, 2, 3, and relax. My body's very stiff right now for sitting down for so long. So previously, the lectures were on the key content, including the weight of the memory, the weight of the mind, and the elasticity of the mind. And there were lectures on this. Following this, it was explained and how we could understand it in the perspective of neuroscience, and this was explained with various pictures and videos. And then on the third lecture, we heard about how to utilize the sati practice in daily lives. I would like to thank all of the lecture speakers for providing such insightful lectures. So while keeping all of these content in your mind, with these content in key, we should think about how the society can do about this and what kind of changes are happening in the society. So I work at the Yeongda Culture and Tourism Foundation, which is under the Yeongda city, and we have created another center for wellness and center, and we are supporting the wellness policy in the Yeongda province. And the key of the wellness policy is the same as the sati practice, which were presented in the previous 3 lectures. So sati, in connection with other technologies, have been focus of our policy. So let me explain while moving the PowerPoints onward. So can anyone tell me how to move the PowerPoint screens? So the meaning of wellness, let's think about it first. So wellness, the term means, well, we have heard of the word healing frequently, right? Well, healing has been used in our society for about 20 to 30 years. If our body and the mind is exhausted, in order to bring it and recover it to the normal status is referred to as healing. So for a while, there has been a lot of social activities and policies that focused on this kind of healing. But ever since we have been going through the COVID-19, the wellness term has emerged dramatically. So it is not just about recovery. Recovery is not enough. We need we need to come up with a method to bring our mind and body as so strong that it does not be shaken by various things that happen in our lives, and I've actually experienced this. So with the keyword wellness, we are trying to, and I am trying to, establish the path of my life. So let me go over the meaning of wellness. So I will just pass through some PowerPoints. So it means a status where your body and the mind is energetic. It's not just about recovery. It is a status where you are able to maintain an energetic set of mind and body, and only then I think we are be able to lead a happy life. We will be free from other stimuli, and we will be able to overcome different types of stimuli. So this is what I think of wellness means, and I'm trying to live my life like this. So when we look at key content, meditation comes up first, and then yoga, qigong, healthy food, and natural medicine, space. So in order to pursue wellness, you need space such as the forest, the ocean, and other nature. And architecture also affects it as well. IT, as Ms. Kim Nanju has mentioned, application and devices, healthcare-related devices, and cultural activities, sports activities, etc., are all included in the category of wellness. And how to integrate these different types of content and making into a program is the assignment of each organizations and groups. So by putting the details I've just told you into a policy is important, and for the policy, I am pursuing as follows. In order to pursue active health promotion and to prevent any unhealthy activities and to maintain a high quality of life with the optimum health, it is necessary to pursue it through the help of the government, and the government's planning and execution is needed. And this is called the wellness policy. So governments around the world are pursuing various different types of wellness policy. I think we are in the interim period from moving from healing period to the wellness period. So let me go over the wellness policy of Korea, how it is trying to pursue the highest quality of life for the citizens and how to pursue active health. The first one is in the industry support sector. So this year in March, a law on the promotion of healing tourism industry has been proposed. So this healing tourism is wellness. So it is about the law on promoting and fostering the wellness industry. So we have actually proposed a law so as to produce a policy based on the law. Another sector is welfare support sector. There are people with depression and PTSD and high suicide rate, and there are many social issues within Korea. There's also other social issues as addiction. In order to deal with it, it goes into the category of the welfare rather than the industry. So we are trying to make this into a policy as well. For example, to provide support to checking the mental health, and to provide counseling. And in particular, we have started a project that supports keeping the youth's mind healthy. So this is a photo where we have proposed the act on promoting the wellness of the tourism industry by Bae Hyunjin, the chief author of the act. And we also have the Youth Mental Health Service Support Service, and this is for people aged 19 to 34. If anyone aged between these ages have mental illnesses or problems, they will be able to receive support. So the industry sector and the welfare sector. So these two sectors are very important, and among these two, the government is very much interested in the tourism sector. So this is where I think that this is something that the religious group can also be interested in. There's many temple stays and there's a lot of meditation spaces. And if it is able to change the perspective just a little bit more and change it, I think that it will be a great opportunity to provide wellness tourism. And for the first thing that we focus on with the wellness tourism promotion, we have been selecting wellness tourism sites. Up until this year, we have selected 59 places. I'm sorry, let me make an adjustment. It was 64 places. So 64 places have been designated as the site for wellness tourism. So it was based on healing and meditation, nature and forest healing, beauty spa, and Korean medicine. So whether it is a private institution or public institution, any institutions that fall under these four categories were able to apply and be designated by the government. Currently, 54 places have been selected, but unfortunately, there temple stays, institutions, and meditation systems, unfortunately, run by the religious organizations have not been selected. And this is maybe because people weren't aware of it, but I do hope that the religious group would get more interest in this. And I do hope that that wellness tourism is more expanded, and hope that the religious group would become more interested in this and be a part of this. And first of all, for the healing and meditation sector, we have 15 places other than Yeomyang's Humanities Healing Center. This is a center that I operate. I'm telling you that I'm doing a pretty good job right now. So this is the place. So I hope you can enjoy this place and visit sometime. It is in a very isolated place surrounded by the forest and the mountain. If you go deep into the forest, you can see that there's a small building. So it looks as if it's a temple. And this is the meal that we provide at our center. It's very colorful, right? Please come and enjoy this meal. So moving forward, by designating the wellness tourism sites and activating the wellness tourism, the project that we have started from this year for the first time is by converging medical tourism and wellness together and selected metropolitans as its site, and we have selected 6 sites. So it is divided into 2. One is some medical tourism center type. So Daegu region and northern Gyeongsang region was as one, and Busan and Incheon were selected. And the second one is the wellness center, tourism center one, and it includes Gangwon and Chuncheolla and northern Chuncheon. So 6 places have been selected, and for the following 3 years, we will be supporting 500 million Korean won to promote this wellness policy. So the key content of wellness project is meditation. So all wellness tourism sites will be focused on meditation, as we have seen previously in the PowerPoint. The healing and meditation sector, the beauty spa, the nature forest healing, and Korean medicine sector. So these 4 different sectors all include all the meditation, and is the basic. So the use of meditation is being used in various different ways. Now we have seen the central government's policy, and let's take a look at what local governments are doing for the wellness tourism policy. I will give explanation regarding metropolitan cities. There are Jeju Island, Gangwon, and southern Gyeongsang and northern Jeolla. So Jeju Island has actually legislated an ordinance on the promotion and support of wellness in tourism, and has embarked on activating wellness tourism. And for Gangwon Province, it has selected 5 themes of 5 senses satisfaction and 5 scents in order to design its content and pursuing the 5 senses and the 5 scents of Gangwon. And for Gangwon, southern Gyeongsang and northern Jeolla, it has proposed to build a platform for wellness industry, and it will provide customized wellness services to individuals. So Gangwon Province has been pushing for this project very fast. So Gangwon Type Wellness Medical Tourism Cluster is a project that it has been going on, and I told you that we have selected 6 places, and Gangwon was also selected this year as well, and it was the first province to come up with a policy plan. So for Dongwol, Isi, Yeongwol, Pyeongchang, and Cheongsan focuses on wellness such as reviewing your health and focuses more wellness sector. And Wonju focuses on medical together with the wellness.
Food.
So it's very written small, but I will read it out. Depression, stress. Please come to Gangwon Province and heal. And for rehabilitation and checkup, please come to Gangwon for it. And for recreation after treatment and surgery, please come to Gangwon as well to get this service. So it is focusing on wellness tourism coupled with the medical and wellness tourism. So Gangwon is coming up with detailed plans to establish. So these are some specific details of the policies. And another place that is in the vanguard is northern Gyeongsang Province. So I am a part of the Gyeongsang Province. And the governor of the Gyeongsang Province is very enthusiastic about this policy. So I would like to give you a brief explanation. And in Gyeongbuk Province, it calls it high wellness. The H is healthcare and I is in. So it means healthcare in wellness. So we are thinking about how to take care of your health in terms of wellness. And this is something that Gyeongbuk Province is pushing forward. And the slogan is energetic body and the mind and wise life. So the order came from healing and then wellness. What do you think will come up after wellness? We can expect something new. But then when we keep on thinking about it carefully, after you are recovered, because it is just not enough for just recovering, you need to become more energetic and you will be able to respond to various different situations. And that is when wellness is applied. So if you have an energetic body and mind, what kind of life are we going to live? Oh, of course, we're going to pursue happiness, but in the middle process, if we would need that in terms of the practice, we need a wise. We need the capability to look at the situation overall and precisely analyze the situation. And that kind of wisdom is necessary, and wisdom is critical in for the energetic body and the mind to become happy. So I believe that wisdom is another key word for the practice. The yoga, qigong, architecture, and food, it can also be included after wisdom is established. So we're also thinking about the next key word for after what comes after wellness. That is why we have selected the slogan as energetic body and the mind and wise heart. So we are preparing various different kind of contents in line with our policy. So in order to provide these different types of systems and policies, we are focusing on roughly two aspects. So I do hope that it is a subject that religious groups can also be interested in. The first one is the installment of an organization that is specifically in charge of wellness tourism. Currently, Jeju Island already has this organization, but Northern Gyeongsang Province is also trying to come up with a more advanced policies to provide and create this kind of organizations and content development as well. The second one is to foster professional human resources. No matter how good the policy path is, human resources that can actually execute it is necessary. If we do not have the human resources that's appropriate, the policy loses its power. So in this part, I do hope that the religious sector, especially meditators and the food experts, will participate, and I hope that they will be able to participate and cooperate on site with the government and local organizations, and open the path for the organizations to move forward. I think that an organization for an institution to support this is necessary. So I do hope that we can actually create an institution to gather experts who can work on the province level, and to provide training so that they will be able to participate in executing the policy. So we have decided into 3 different sectors. The first one is to foster instructors for each different sectors, and the second one is how to integrate and combine this, how to combine meditation and food, how to combine meditation and Korean medicine. So centered on meditation, we are trying to plan and produce different types of programs, and we need experts to plan this. And the third one is CEOs who can actually be in charge and operate these systems. So we are trying to produce human resources based on these 3 different categories. So up until now, it was about the local governance policy regarding wellness tourism. Now I will go over the local governance policy on wellness welfare. For Seoul City and Northern Gyeongsang Province, these 2 provinces have been carrying it out. For the Seoul City, it has initiated the first round of youth mental health project starting from this year. And for Northern Gyeongsang Province, it is operating a mental health check day on the 10th of every month. So there's a website where people can log in and check how their mental status is. So there's various questions in the survey. So people from all ages, for example, the children, adolescents, adult, and the elderly can be able to check their mental health, and they will be provided with an answer. So this is supported at Northern Gyeongsang Province. So this is Northern Gyeongsang Province promotion posters. And this is our website. When you go into the website, this is the Mind Check Day poster. This is very inspiring and impressive, right? You seem a little bit too indifferent to this beautiful scene. This is where I am staying. This is the longest beach in the Republic of Korea. It's called the Gorebul Post. Have you ever heard of the Golden Post in Australia? It's about 56 kilometers. Although it's not as long as that, I think this is about 8 kilometers. So it is a 8-kilometer beach. So I want to make this place a global wellness tourism site. So we are pushing for various policy projects. Starting from this year, although we started from last year, this is something that we just started here. So we have opened international events. We have also opened the 2023 Medical Tourism Festa for High Wellness in Northern Gyeongbu Province, and it has been carried out for 9 days in July. So we had about 200 people and 20 medical doctors from India and meditation experts, yoga experts, and healthy food experts, and we had about 100 booths. And at the forest picture that we saw, we have installed booths so that a lot of people were able to experience it. About 30,000 people have participated. So I do believe that this can be actually used socially in a very meaningful way. I was very busy, so we were not able to PR our festival. And if you have been able to do the right promotion, then I think that so many more people have participated. So from now on, I think that it will become a benchmark festival for other similar festivals. So please look in the center. It says wellness walking. Here, CEO Kim Namju has explained we did the walking meditation. So a lot of people walk barefoot, and it is the best place to walk barefoot is the beaches. So I want to make this place a mecca of walking bare feet. So we just started it this year. And those of you who want to walk bare feet, please come visit our place. Please, I insist. Up until now, we have gone over the policies regarding tourism and the welfare regarding wellness. But I call it meditation wellness, which is a wellness led by the meditation, a state of body and mind that is very energetic. And I thought about how to activate this. I think that it will be actively used in tourism sector. In particular, there have been a lot of Korean medicine doctors and a lot of Oriental doctors from India. If it is combined with medicine, I thought that it will be the potential would be splendid. So life and the bodily health, the meditation is the health of the mind. So if we combine the physical health and the mental health, the meditation combined with medical will lead to a more effective medical treatment. So I confirmed this. And for the tourism sector, it will be used actively. So tourism and medicine is also a trend within Korea, but it is a trend that is being prevalent all over the world. In India and in Europe, there will be a lot of policy regarding wellness, in particular sectors in medicine and tourism. For the welfare sector, it will focus on managing the mental health of the citizens and managing the stress of the teachers. From 2017, mental health welfare centers has been combined, it has been integrated, and it is an institution that has been run by the healthcare center, and a lot of programs for maintaining the mental health has been included. However, there are some limitations because it is more focused on treatment. It's after you are you're already hurt. So I do believe that we need to focus on providing programs that focus more on preventing it. I think that it will provide more room for meditations to develop even further. With regards to managing the stress of the teachers, a lot of the teachers have been protesting on the street this year because the stress of teachers is off limits. So I have a wellness facility called Yeomyang. In our center, we had a sudden inflow of teachers. So we have provided a program, and we are focusing to provide more programs on controlling and managing the stress of the teachers and to assist these teachers' stress. And in terms of the Buddhist practice, I think that this is something that we should also consider. And the third one is obsessiveness and overdependence management. This is usually regarded as what we call addiction. And the fourth one is to manage the stress of the PTSD of firefighters and other people. And I think that this is increasing as well in our society. So in industry sector and the welfare sector, the key to these two sectors is meditation. Now, when we talk about wellness industry, we talk about medical care, food, centers, beauty, culture, tourism, and there are various different types of sectors, and it's all included in the wellness industry. But at the center, the sector that supports every different sectors is meditation. In our practice group, we call meditation an OS, an operating system. It operates all systems to make sure that it is run well. It would be the fundamental system. It goes the same with industry as well. In all industry, it will not develop without meditation. Pursuing joy and body health without meditation and taking care of your mental health is useless. So a lot of people are focusing on meditation. So in Yeomyang, it also emphasizes meditation as well. So we have meditation sector, natural healthy food, and also cultural programs to pursue and recharge people's happiness with culture, and Hokigong gymnastics as well. But however, among these four, the most important and basis of the policy is meditation, and Yeomyang wants to make a model case. Exemplary model. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. So this was a presentation on the wellness policy and the role of meditation. Thank you for your presentation. Now, this has been a very long time, and thank you for listening for such a long time, but we still have another 30-minute session, and we will have a meditation talk with all the lectures we have here on stage.
Out of the four lectures we had today, there were two keywords which were spiritual practice and meditation. And meditation, as spreading into the general public, with the United States in the center. But the sati meditation is strengthening the resilience of mind and muscle, and especially the source of the suffering in our daily life. Right now, in the United States and the UK, meditation is widely used, and they already are aware of the limit of meditation. So, sati practice can be the answer to overcome the limits of meditation. So I'd like to thank for all the three speakers. And the first question is to Venerable Buddha of Allah. So you said that the pressure difference can affect the weight of mass. Do you think it can also affect the memory rate? The answer is, of course, it will affect the mass difference. Today we talked about meditation and spiritual practice. From my perspective,
이 수행자들에서 수행을 해보아서
people should learn
활용을 해야
spiritual practice from the monastics. And this practice became very popular among the general public and applied to in various areas, including medical field or and so on. So,
전문가의 도움이 필요한 사람들이 한 20% 정도라면
those who need the help of the expert account for 20%, and the people who can solve their problems by themselves account for about 60%, I estimate.
치료 분야에
So in the psychotherapy,
사용을 하고
in psychotherapy treatment, this mindfulness program can be used, and also we can apply these programs. We can modify these programs a little bit and apply to the ordinary people.
우울증이라든지 이런 쪽에 집중이 되는 거죠.
So, and these programs mostly focus on stress and depression. And also with the knowledge in evidence, they needed the evidence, scientific evidence in neuroscience.
환경에 따라서 기억 질량이
I told you that
다르게 측정될 수 있다라고 하면
memory weight can be different according to how much defilement you have. This is a way we can induce attention from our the practitioners who practice traditional meditation practice. Neuroscientists and also other scientists in this field and those scholars who study chemistry should come and
미국의 명상을 도입했던 분들이 동남아 수행자들에게 와서 수행을 배우고 수행을 이해했던 것처럼
just like the people who develop the programs like MBSR and other programs likewise, they learned Buddha teaching the practice from the monastics, and the people who develop these kind of meditation programs nowadays should also do that, and they should find the root of these modern meditation programs.
그 차원에서 수행
On
현장에서
their
동일한 기억의 무게도 마음 능력에 따라서
the weight of memory can be felt according to different mind pressure. So many practitioners also report the same thing on this perspective.
So I think that Professor Munisu needs to step up and appropriate in order to make this possible. In addition, that you said that there are 3 types of poison that is in the weight of the mind. If we try to divide this, what kind of technology do we need to use this? Can you provide your answer in detail? Well, by
to divide the nucleus, you need a lot of energy. Likewise, when you go into the mind, you have this memory data. This memory data is combined with many taints or defilements. So a lot of energy is needed to dissolve this defilement from memory. So the Buddha said 5 powers is needed to do this job, which includes samadhi and faith and etc. So using these 5 powers, we can dissolve defilement, afflicted emotions from our memory. And how we do it is the skills. it is possible to solve the two
기억 이미지와 결합해 있는 탐진치 삼국시
if we
노폐를
can
물리치는 순간
separate these three poisons of anger and greed and delusion,
또 어떨 때에는 계란에게
you will have diverse
신기하게도 이
feelings
계란의 덩어리가
like eggs
기억 이미지하고
break,
분리가 되는 순간 몸에서 열기 형태로
and the moment when these when the moment the moment this defilement gets separated from the memory, enormous heat is released and you can experience a lot of things in the process. If we just keep doing the sati practice, can you experience it? If you do it right, then you experience, but you shouldn't do it in an analytical and method. You have to use your intuition to make pressure to explode inside. This is the last question. When we practice, you said if we practice sati, you said we can strengthen the resilience of our mind muscle. Then why did you say resilience of mind muscle, not just the mind muscle? The answer is mind muscle is just a mind muscle, and you can exercise it to strengthen resilience, or you can just you can just leave it alone, and so that the mind muscles can get weaker. So in a Majjhima Nikaya, the mind muscle in the Majjhima Nikaya, the Buddha said that mind muscle is malleable.
남는다 이렇게 했거든. 이걸 오늘날 현대용어로 옮기면 이게 마음 가소성이에요.
So if I translate the old terms into a modern words, then that is a malleable mind. So that is how I think make the public understand more easily. It's the strengthening your arm muscle and strengthening the resilience of your mind muscle are the same.
Next, I would like to ask a question to Moon Il-soo professor. He is performing and practicing sati and also researches neuroscience. Professor, can you give some explanation on the specific brain structure regarding sati? So sati is all about mindfulness. Mindfulness is to accept the senses and to know it, to recognize and perceive it. And that perception, it happens in the prefrontal lobe, and the mindfulness function happens in the prefrontal lobe. Then what kind of role and what kind of neural network does the prefrontal lobe have? Well, we look at the sutra, as I have explained before, Undama and Brahma Sutra. According to the Buddha, the senses factory enters the body and it goes up to the prefrontal lobe, and it is captured by the synapses and it delivers it to the sati. And although it is not included in the sutra, but sati will give it to the liberation and liberation to nirvana. So from the synopsis, it is the prefrontal lobe. So the prefrontal lobe, the synapses, sati, liberation, and nirvana. So it moves in this layer and goes up. So it goes up to the higher level. So this kind of layer structure is how the brain is structured. And this kind of layer structure is not just about going up the stairs to maybe second floor, third floor, but this is too naive. the neural network that is connected, they said it is connected in 11 dimensions. So the 3 dimension is the space, so we can understand it. But if we include the time, we call it 4 dimension. However, it's not just about the spatial connection, but it goes up higher to the 7th dimension. So it is very difficult for us to imagine. It's unfathomable. So it's connected very complexly. And even in this structure, the mindfulness occurs, the liberation and the nirvana also occurs. In this structure, the 3 poisons is included, and it can be explained in neuroscientific way. And through these 11 different dimensions, the neural network is very complexly interconnected, and the activities move on very dynamically, causing brain activities, creating the mind. According to Buddhapala, he used the term the space of the mind, and the mindfulness is in the space of the mind, and that space is being filled with a pressure and therefore we can get rid of these pollutants physically, and but this is the view of a practitioner and a phenomenon. To be honest, I come to think whether there is such place as a mind space, whether there is a space for the mind that the Venerable Buddhapala feels, and the pressure that he explained about. So I keep on thinking, what is this pressure? So although, because I have not been able to follow the practice as much as the Venerable Buddhapala has, however, I'm trying my best to, reach to a certain point of enlightenment. And if I'm able to feel it and reach the point as he has achieved, I keep on thinking about what it is, because it is all about how feeling. I cannot tell what it is because I've not felt it. Whether it's not true or wrong does not matter. If it's something you feel it's not something that is wrong. It is true. But according to the language of the neuroscientist, it is very difficult for me to explain it because I have not felt it before. The electric activity of the neural nerves, and the electricity is actually flowing in the neural. I keep on thinking, is it a way to have the electricity run faster in the neural nerves? So I'm not really sure how to explain this, but I will practice more and to explain later on. So I hope that you can practice that even more and to explain it more clearly if we have another opportunity like this. Thank you for the answer. Now, Venerable Buddhapala and Professor Munir, I would like to ask a question. So, according to the perspective of the neuroscientists and the practice of the sati, can you tell us your perspective as a practitioner?
You can experience that your mind becomes free. For example, when you get irritated, you suffer 3 days with deep bad emotion, and when you are reduced, your mind muscle gets stronger. Then the time you suffer is reduced into 20 or 30 minutes. So 3 days of suffering compared to as a 3 day 30 minutes suffering compared to 3 days suffering, it's a great freedom. So you can have a great space in your life. You can create a space in your life. For me, when I time to time meet all the female followers, say that I haven't done any practice before, but when I see you change, how much you change, I think I should also practice. So when I meet them, because in the old days when I meet these lay followers, I just avoid them and didn't speak a word. So as time passes, I became much more generous, and I became more spacious. So, each station now I began to be able, I can be aware. So that is what we call freedom. So we really cannot identify what really happened in the process of change. I expect that scientific explanation for the process.
So I explained during my lecture, but if you use your neural circuit a lot of time, it becomes stronger. So the connectivity becomes stronger. So the synapses become stronger. And if that synapses becomes stronger, it becomes potentiation. If it becomes stronger in long term, it will be great. So it is called LTP, long-term potentiation. And if you do sati practice frequently, the practice will be carried out in 11th dimension, and the sati neural network that is spread in the 11th dimension will strengthen the synapses, and this phenomenon occurs in your brain. And during this process, the pollutant nerve, it is per the three poisons, and the pollutant is also the mind, and there is a nerve for neuron for that as well. But you can see that it becomes weaker, and we call it depression. So it would be long-term depression, descendant, and if it becomes stronger, the synapses becomes disappear. So the practice strengthens the sati neural network, and the pollutants are weakened. That is why mindfulness, if it becomes it's very easy to become mindfulness. It's very easier to actually experience this. But it has already been 5 years since I practiced the sati. So I try to do the mindfulness practice every time in my life. So the Venerable Buddha Pala has talked about the first, second, and third arrow. So I get a lot of arrows. The first arrows I get hit by like all the time, but it doesn't last long. But it just disappears in just like 20 to 30 days later. So the mind is something that. But then I do get hit by the second and third arrow all the time, but it just doesn't last long. But a lot of the times, the mind is likely to get hit by the second and the third arrow because it is all interconnected. If you see someone, you really think about his actions, his attitude, and the way of thinking. Everything is interconnected because it is all connected in your neurons. Even if you don't see the person, you can recognize the person by the sound of the footsteps because it is all interconnected. If you get hit by an arrow, it is natural for us to be hit by the second arrow and the third arrow. It's just that's just natural. It's just how the way brain works. And the sati practice is to get away from it. So when I have achieved the mindfulness, I thought that even if I get hit by the second and third arrow, it comes to me in my mind that I should stop thinking about this, and according to the amount of wisdom that you have, you can control it. It doesn't mean that if you do sati, you will lead to liberation and nirvana, but it will need a lot of other elements as well. You also need wisdom. So if you are being mindfulness of something through your parental lobe, and if it acts and the sati is activated in your frontal lobe and tells you to act in a certain way, you will be able to stay away from it. Well, unlike you, Professor, I think about everything all the time. So even if it has been done, seems something I have experienced 30 years ago, I still remember it. So the practice is a personal experience and phenomenon. But Professor Moon, has told us that if you practice sati like this, the sati neuron in your brain and prefrontal lobe is activated, and explain this in the perspective of a neuroscientist. So I would like to add a little more to this discussion. At first, when Venerable Buddhapala has given his lecture, in the last part of his lecture, it says that if you meet, you become generosity, and if you don't see them, you don't ignore. So once I was so angry that I just couldn't think of some meeting someone and become, silent. And I thought it was impossible. So I asked him, "Is it possible?" But now I do believe that it is possible. So that is why I have practiced sati and changed and selected the path of my life. Then, thank you for the answers. Now we have a question to Mr. Lee Tae-ho on his opinion. So, in line with the government policy, is there anything the religious groups can refer to in terms of wellness policy? Is there any examples that we can refer to? For the first generation healing, which is the healing of era of the healing, and we have now moved on to the second generation of the wellness. So I think we are at the interval period, and as such, the direction of the policy is changing as well. So during the healing era, the case in point was the facility that has been run by Mr. Ko Do-won, called 깊은 산소 웅달샘, which is a meditation center. There are a lot of great places. And many contents within those centers, when we take a look about it, they provide yoga services, meditation, good and healthy food, walking in the forest. So you take advantage of the surroundings and provide a lot of content and allow people to experience this. I think Helios, which is another center, is the same way. They have aggregated a number of good contents and programs, and people who have not experienced it before could come to this place and actually experience these different type of programs and to recover from fatigue. And in this aspect, it had gained a lot of attention from many people. However, what will happen after this period? So since we are at the interval state, facilities that have collected all these different types of program is really good. However, we do need places which provide more professional programs and contents. For example, centered on meditation, how we can train the heart and manage the heart and the mind. Maybe the mind will become improved and become more healthy. And if we say that it helps bodily health, it becomes more effective. For example, integrating meditation and yoga, meditation qigong, and meditation walking in bare feet. So I think that specialized topics like this needs to be included in designing content. And by focusing on these kind of contents, we need to make a institution that can actually execute it. So therefore, I think it is necessary for us to actually not to create, rather than to create, but to designate places. So we see religious groups. We can see that there's many temple state facilities. And I do think that these kind of facilities it will become a place where people can experience Buddhism, but also in terms of wellness, some facilities will be specialized in relation to content meditation and to provide different types of professional contents regarding meditation, but integrating in good way is very difficult because it needs to be very logically integrated. You cannot just say that meditation is good and food is good because it has limitations. And therefore, we need to think about how we can explain to the people on how meditation integrated with food is helpful for people. And you need to have your specific theory and logic to persuade people that integration of meditation and other sectors is helpful for you. So by specializing this in this way, I think it will be helpful for religious groups. And on the other hand, we do need facilities. Currently, we have many temple stay facilities, and it's usually traditional Korean houses, and it's located in forests. But we also need different places as well. Think of museum mountains. There is an effect that architecture provides to people. The architecture, nature, and together with it will provide a different types of meditation centers. I think that this will also be necessary going forward. So by considering these types of aspects, I do hope that the religious groups can take its role as a social for the society. So I think that it is very positive for the religious groups to provide contents in relation with meditation, and I think it will be in line with the government policy. Thank you. So in terms of promoting mindfulness promotion, in Korea, meditation is gaining a lot of attention, and I believe that the role of the Choge order would be important. Is there anything you would like to add about the path that the Choge order should take? So you're telling me to comment on the policy of the Choge order, but I would just like to share my own experience. With regards to meditation, I think that we need a specific and more sophisticated logical order. So right now we are accessing meditation in a more technical way. There are a lot of experiences focused on the technology, but from now onwards, we need to explain the mind is like this, the elasticity of the weight of the mind, and I think that we need these kind of terms to be able to explain the mind more specifically and to provide and to come up with a practice system based on these terms, and I think that this should be explained to the people how it is effective to people with depression or people who have difficulty controlling the anger. So I think that these kind of specific explanation and logic and principle is necessary. First of all is the meditation. They say that there needs to be a principle system for the five-fold path. I think it needs to be popularized and generalized. And the second is how we can connect this with this depression and anger control and PTSD. So it needs to be research needs to be done more sophisticated and more detailed, and we also need to designate a facility that can carry out this pilot project. Thank you for your comment on the policies. Lastly, I would like to give a question to Venerable Buddhabala.
Can you give us a comment on how the future of meditation be like? Do you want direct or indirect answers? I speak as I like. If somebody studied Korean traditional music at a college in the South Africa, does it sound okay or does it sound a little strange? To me, it sounds strange, isn't it? If if somebody studied meditation at the Harvard University or at Oxford University, don't you think it is strange? It sounds strange to me at first. This is what I argue. The Jogi order of Korean Buddhism has been developing meditation programs to make a great contribution to the whole humanity. But when the people who started the mindfulness programs in the United States learned from the monks monastics in the in the East Asian countries, and they came out with great outstanding programs, and then the programs. And now the meditation practice evolved that they don't want any religious element. That is another expression. They want to make meditation commercialize. We just can practice meditation, but we don't want to believe in any Buddhism. There's no reason that so if they need meditation, they just can take it, they practice, but they are naming it like a secular meditation and something like that. And what is the purpose of it? I think the purpose of it is to commercialize meditation. The good side of it is to popularize the meditation, and the people who suffered great mental illnesses healed from, thanks to those mindful programs. It is true. The mainstream Korean Buddhism and Burmese Buddhism, which are considered to be the mainstream Buddhism, is now importing the meditation and try to integrate the imported meditation into our traditional Buddhist practice. I think this is wrong. Awareness alone can be, has been awareness. This alone was very successful in the global stage, but how about the mind muscles, mind pleasure, and also other stuff, related to Buddhist teachings and spiritual practice? If we can relate to the meditation practice to these concepts, and that will be, much better. And that is how we Korean Buddhism can be the leader in the mindfulness area and the meditation practice area. And if we only use mindfulness as a practice method, then the market gets smaller. There is a small city in somewhere, and the McDonald's opened a branch, and so the citizens could not stop the branch coming into the town. So the citizens asked the branch to open to make a branch. The citizens asked the McDonald's to open a branch outside the city because they assumed that the branch in the center, McDonald's branch in the center of the city, will deteriorate their life quality. So we need to see through that this development of meditation and sensation of meditation can be detrimental to this spiritual meditation. So I can compare this meditation practices in the Western countries are like the McDonald's branch in a very peaceful rural city. So the spiritual practice developed by the Buddha, especially the right mindfulness and the right concentration. This is very healthy, wholesome practice method. We should learn these teachings from the authentic teachers, the real teachers, and make them based on those teachings. We should create helpful practice programs. If we can if we can give good influence to the people who suffer great mental illnesses in the Western countries, based on the teachings of based on the original teaching of Buddha, then this is a real contribution to the benefit of the whole humankind. Now, there's only one rule. If you want to advertise yours, then you need it cost. If somebody offers something beneficial, then we have to pay. The reason why meditation was spread throughout the world is not because Buddhism is great. That the fact is that people who need meditation was great, and they create this culture. They brought this. They take teachings from Buddha teaching, and made these programs. They are not practitioners. They are like developers, and they are like designers. They just took these teachings, and they know how to use technology. In spite of that, they still could manage to create this, phenomenal, these great outcomes. So, the wholesome meditation that is really helpful to our, to our life. If we can really create a program to create those meditation practices, that is a real contribution to the whole humanity. The people who can deal with their own problem account for about 70%, I think. And if we can make programs, these healthy people can be healthier, then that is much, much better. So I think the people involved in this meditation field need to step back and watch and consider my opinion. And the Korean meditation has unique quality and the great values, and we want to spread the potential of Korean Buddhism to the people around the world. And I'd like to express my gratitude to these speakers today, and I'd like to introduce one more person that I'd like to say thank you. So Hwang Young-oh donated, more than 100 books on meditation and Buddhism for people attending this event. Now people live up to 100, and we are living in a very unstable time. So the skill to manage coping our stress and control our mind, we need at least one skill to control our minds. Today, it's been long hours, and thank you again for attending this event and for joining with us. And this is the end of the third day of the Seoul International Meditation Expo. I'd like to please give a big round of applause to the people who worked for this event possible. And thank you for everyone who came to attend this event. And this is the end of the last session of the third day. And thank you again.